Okay, we're on the record today for the Clear Creek County Commissioners Board of Agenda, Board of Commissioners, Clear Creek County Board of Commissioners meeting for July 18th, 2023, starting about 5 minutes late. And the first item that we have on the agenda today is administrative approval of renewal of marijuana business license. Nanette.
Good morning. This will be quick and easy, and maybe you can have your 5 minutes back. Quick renewals for Luminescence Labs, retail products manufacturing, medical products manufacturing, and a change of ownership for one of our currently licensed businesses. Also retail products manufacturing and medical manufacturing.
Okay, and I presume that they had everything that they needed in order, and you don't have any comments back from any agencies or anybody like that, correct?
That's correct. All the departments have approved.
And we have staff approval or staff recommendation for approval.
That's correct.
So consider it approved in that case.
Thank you.
I think the next item we should do is probably, Peter, I think the next item we should do is probably public comment quickly and just knock that out of the way, see if we have any public comment.
Sure.
So do we have any public comment in the room? Online?
No, we have quite a few people online, but nobody's raising their hand.
Okay. So the next item we're going to do today is then roll back up to the executive session to receive legal advice prior to the rest of today's meeting. So I move that we go into executive session for the following purpose.
Pursuant to CRS 246402-4B for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions concerning the effect of a vacancy in the office of the sheriff, the process of filling that vacancy, and ensuring continuity of sheriff's office operations.
Second.
Okay, have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. We will now move into executive session. No written minutes will be kept and no decisions will be made. So we have concluded our executive session. No decisions were made and no written minutes were kept. We're back in regular session of the Board of County Commissioners. And we're going to kind of shake up the agenda here a little bit. Just, I think, since we just came out of the session that we did, we're going to move down to our looking for your 9 o'clock item. 905 item, which is the consideration of acceptance of Rick Albers, Sheriff Rick Albers' resignation from office due to retirement effective August the 3rd, 2023. The person to introduce this, I believe, is Peter Lichtman. It says on here, but I don't know that we need. Do you have anything to say, Peter?
No, other than we just need a motion.
Yeah. Do I have a motion?
Yeah. I move we accept Sheriff Rick Albers' resignation from office. I'm just going to start over. I move the board accepts Sheriff Rick Albers' resignation from office due to retirement effective August 3rd, 2023.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, a second discussion. Anybody got anything to say?
Not now.
Okay, we have a motion, a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The next item on our agenda is our action session, which was to have taken place at 9 o'clock, which is the, I guess it's actually our county commissioner updates. I would suggest that we move our county commissioner updates and county manager updates to the end of the meeting. In the interest of time, since we've got everybody here, some people have been waiting quite a while to get to other business. And so the next item on the agenda would be our 9 a.m. item, local liquor licensing authority. Public hearing and formal action on the following items is only necessary if there's public comment. It's provided by R 04-210. If there's no public comment, the following items can be approved administratively by the chairman, and it's consideration of approval of the renewal of a bed and breakfast permit for the Ama Lodging Incorporated DBA Silver Lake Lodge. And I don't see Nanette Reimer's name on here, but I think she has something to say probably, just like before.
If the board requires it, quick renewal of their B&B permit. Staff is in approval. Nobody had any questions.
Okay, and we didn't have any comments that would, no comments back from any of the other agencies or anything like that. All right.
Do you have to?
Just to confirm, is there an applicant here or is there any public comment?
That's, thank you. That was my next thing I was going to ask for, was public comment. So, and the applicant's not here, I think. Is that correct, or?
They are not. I directed them that they weren't needed for the administrative approval.
Yeah, so if there is no public comment, then it can be approved administratively by me. Do we have any public comment?
Nothing online.
Okay, considered approved.
Thank you.
The next item is our consent agenda, which constitutes 7 items today. The first thing I'll ask is, do either one of the commissioners have any of those 7 items that they wish to pull off consent for discussion?
I don't want to pull anything off consent. I do want to ask for a brief explanation of a number of these items. I just think it's to the benefit of the public to have some of this stuff explained. I'm looking for an email I sent. So I went through and I listed them. It's Brian yesterday. So on the grant applications to the local affairs gaming grant application,
It'll be easier, if you find your list, just tell us which items, numbers, so we can pull those. And then the board can do a motion to approve the regular consent agenda, and then those items will be discussed and approved individually.
rather than have them just speak briefly to each one and then we approve the whole consent agenda in one motion?
Yeah, that's correct, because when you pull an item for discussion, any discussion, it is no longer consent.
So then I'm talking about pulling item number 2. Item number 4. Which one is the top?
Both of them, 5 and 6.
5 and 6 and 7.
So
All except for 1 and 3. Okay, so we have had a request to pull 5 of the 7 items for discussion. So do I have a motion? Sean, do you have any interest in 1 and 2?
No, well, I'm interested in all of them, but we can just do them.
Any interest in pulling any of them?
1 and 3.
1 and 3, excuse me.
No.
Okay, so do I have a motion to approve consent agenda items 1 and 3, which I will read now? Consideration of approval of the warrant register, and consideration of approval of the award of a contract for County Road number 202, the Henderson Mine Road Construction Project. Those are the 2 remaining items on the consent agenda. Do I have a motion?
I move we approve the consent agenda as read.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. So let's start with number 2, consideration of approval of 2024 Department of Local Affairs Gaming Grant Application. Maria Ostrom and Becca Abrahamson, and George requested separation for discussion.
Yeah, and I want to be really clear. I'm prepared to support these. I just think a little bit of explanation in public of some of these items is warranted.
That's fine.
So everybody knows, not everybody, that's why we're doing this. But these grant applications we do every year. The questions I had, Rebecca, and thank you for putting this process together, is who's applying, how much are they applying for, and how has that changed over the last year?
Yes, so the agencies that are applying this year are the same as last year. It's Mount Evans Home Health Care and Hospice, Clear Creek County Advocates, Clear Creek Rock House, the Clear Creek County Jail, the District Attorney's Office, and the Sheriff's Office, which includes patrol and dispatch. And so most of those are pretty on par with what they were last year. The only, let me see. Okay, so the big ones are the District Attorney's Office. They are requesting less than they did last year because they had a conversation with DOLA and they asked that they change the way that they calculate their total request from what they did last year. Yeah.
It's important to note that means our bill goes up when she doesn't get that grant.
Yeah, one of the difficulties in these grants too, just so everyone understands, I think, is that you can confirm this, is that the way the law is written, we can only be reimbursed through these grants for documented expenditures that can be directly related to gaming impacts. The intangibles that are out there, the effects on, the ancillary effects on addiction and things like that are not the kind of things that we can budget. They have to be things like somebody was pulled over to the side of the road and they said they'd been gaming, and that, it's got to be directly tied to gaming
Right.
And so we document them after the fact and submit to the state, and that's the way the law works, correct?
Right. Yep, that's right. And I think that was kind of a big piece of why the DA was asked to change the way that they were calculating their request. Last year, what they did was they took kind of a flat 20% of their total personnel budget would have been for 2021. But they didn't have a way to tie back why they were taking 20% as it was related to gaming cases specifically. And so this year instead, what DOLA had them do was they had to find a cost per case, which they did by taking their total personnel budget and dividing it by the total number of cases that the DA's office handled last year. And that was about $519 cost per case. And then they had to multiply that by the number of gaming cases they had specifically, which was 60. And so that gave them a total request of about $31,000 instead of $80,000, which had been last year. And I believe it was written as $80,000 in your packet, for which I apologize. We just got the updated numbers yesterday morning. So that's why that's different.
Yeah, and my point was that things like the programs for to treat gaming addiction in general, or for prevention and education, are not, those things are not eligible for this particular pot, or this fund.
Thank you.
Right.
I appreciate the explanation. And did you have something else?
I was just there are a couple others that have changed from last year. Okay, so the other one that's different from last year is the Clear Creek County Jail. They are actually requesting more than they have last year. I think last year they requested about 10,000. This year it'll be up to about 25,000, and that's due to an increase in inmate days related to gaming. I think they had about 400 days for some of the gaming related inmates for 2022, and so their request will be higher there. But for the law enforcement category, that one's patrol and dispatch, that request is lower than last year. And that's due to a reduction in the gaming cases that they were able to document in 2022.
Thank you.
Next item number 4, I think, or
I
we're
just-
still there?
Yeah, and I just want to state, and then I'll make a motion that I believe there are entities within this organization and outside this organization in Clear Creek County that have impacts that could be receiving reimbursement. And I'll just name them here. I think it's our Department of Human Services. It could be our Clear Creek EMS. I think our school district could be interested. The Schools Foundation could be interested. I think there are a number of organizations out there that if there was more awareness of this process, we might be able to find more reimbursable expenditures. So I just wanted to state that, and then I'll make the motion.
Well, hang on a second, if you don't mind. Peter, is it possible, or would you prefer that we make a motion on each one of these individually, or, and can we discuss all 5 of them and make a blanket motion?
Individual motions.
Okay.
Based on the fact that they've been pulled for off.
Yeah, yeah, I think that's a good idea. I've long thought that we should, from having gone and made the presentations, been frustrated by the fact that we're going to be tied to directly documented direct impacts of gaming. So, and I think particularly when I see EMS and stuff like that, I think that's an area that if we were tracking that, we could gain some programs through the school. Might be a little harder, but there are probably some places we could find a spot there too.
Just one other thing to add. We did reach out to the schools this year. They declined to apply, I think due to challenges with documentation. I can continue reaching out with them. I'm happy to meet with them to go over potential ways that they might be able to document these things so that they could be eligible to apply. We have also talked about Clear Creek County Human Services. That's been a discussion. And then we also did just talk with Beth about finding a way to tie transit to gaming cases, potentially asking riders if they're impacted by the gaming industry. And so that could be another way to help support the general fund through this application.
With that, I move we approve the 2024 Department of Local Affairs Gaming Grant application with gratitude to those who documented and applied for reimbursement.
Second.
A motion is second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Number 4, consideration of acceptance of quitclaim deed from Clear Creek Economic Development Corporation at Clear Creek County for reservoir water rights.
I just want a quick explanation for the public about what this is about.
As the chair indicated, you're being asked to consider the acceptance of a quitclaim deed from the Clear Creek Economic Development Corporation. The county and the CCEDC, the Economic Development Corporation, formed a partnership in the early 2000s, believing that water storage development was a critical part of economic development. So the two entities came together and began filing in water court to appropriate water rights in Clear Creek and its tributaries. And there's a cost associated with that. So the CCEDC helped initiate and then remained involved in filing conditional water rights to secure priorities for water storage, increasing demands and support economic growth in the county. So that was the reason that this whole water bank was formed. So maintaining the EDC's interest involves periodically participating in water court diligence applications, which involve attorneys, which means attorney fees, et cetera. And so that's the cost of participation for the EDC, which is starting to get a little bit expensive for the EDC. If the board remembers, in addition to the federal money that we forward to them with respect to the work that they do, we were also giving them special projects money from our general fund. That stopped even before I started my role. The EDC was using that special projects funds to pay for their participation in this actual in the actual water court proceedings and in with respect to the water bank overall. That just happened in the last couple of months at an EDC board meeting. The board members started asking a question, what are we, the board EDC, getting from this? Had a conversation with Lisa Lieben, decided that quitclaiming their rights to the water bank made sense. There's no cost to the county to accept this quitclaim. No changes for us. It just means no more participation from the EDC. And it decreases their costs moving forward, so.
Okay. Thank you. I just thought that it's always good to highlight when we're finding ways to rethink what we're doing and be more efficient. So I appreciate those innovators. And with that, I'll move we accept the quitclaim deed from Clear Creek Economic Development Corporation incorporated to Clear Creek County for reservoir water rights.
Second.
We have a motion, a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The next item is number 5, consideration of approval of purchase of and easement agreements between Clear Creek County and T8 Ulysses Site Management related to access and utility services on a portion of property located at 758 Upper Elk Valley Drive in Evergreen, with authority to the county manager to execute all necessary documents to complete the transaction. Peter, you want to explain that?
Actually, I'll take it, unless you want to.
No? It's all yours.
I'm gonna have to take 5 and 6 at the same time, as they're basically.
I think that's a good idea.
They're basically the same item. They are towers with communication equipment on them, located on top of a couple of our mountains here in the county. So American Tower has operated and maintained communication site, tower, and communication equipment since the late 90s with an agreement with the county. They have offered the county a total of $930,000 for a perpetual easement at this first tower, which is located at 758 Upper Elk Valley Drive, and then $942,000 for a perpetual easement at 957 Raven Drive. The actual existing agreement that we have in place today expires in 27. After doing some analysis, assuming those payments remain consistent, we would be receiving about $327,000 from American Tower through the end of that agreement. They are offering us a total of 1.87 million for perpetual easements moving forward. And we think that's a good decision on our part. There is still space on these mountains for us to put up our own communication equipment if we saw the need for that in the future. They've increased the amount of money we will get in return if they continue to lease out these towers. We're getting 25% of that new lease revenue right now. We get up to 50% of that moving forward. So all of that said, we don't think there's really a downside considering our budgetary issues that we're having moving forward. We think this one-time infusion makes sense for us. So we are recommending accepting both of those easements.
Okay. So we need 2 different motions.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. I move we approve purchase and easement agreements between Clear Creek County and T8 Ulysses Site Management LLC related to access and utility services on a portion of property located at 758 Upper Elk Valley Drive, Evergreen, Colorado, with authority to the county manager to execute all necessary documents to complete this transaction.
A second, I do have one question. What is the time frame once this agreement is completed to receive payment this year?
Oh, yeah, it'll be in the next 2 weeks. Yeah.
Perfect.
Good. We have a motion. Oh, did
No,
I
it's
hear the
no.
second?
I did second it. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. We have a motion, a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Want to make another motion? 6?
Okay. Move we approve purchase and easement agreements between Clear Creek County and T8 Ulysses Site Management LLC related to access and utility services on a portion of property located at 957 Raven Drive, Idaho Springs, Colorado, with authority to the county manager to execute all necessary documents to complete this transaction.
Second.
We have a motion, a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Number 7, consideration of approval of designation of signatory authority for the grant agreement with the Colorado Behavioral Health Administration for funding to support the Clear Creek Health Assistance Team. Rebecca.
Hi again. So this is the grant award that the county received from the Behavioral Health Administration through the Criminal Justice Early Intervention Grant Program. And so this award is meant to support the efforts of the Clear Creek Health Assistance Team. We were awarded $405,000 approximately. And the contract in your packet today is the initial contract that'll go through June of 2024. And so that's for $313,000. And then the remaining about $92,000 will be given in June of 2024 through the end of 2024.
Okay. And can you describe the function of the health assistance team?
That is the program that is establishing a crisis response program in the community. I don't know if EMS has anything more to add, but that's.
We also have Sarah Casano on the line.
There's also, if you want to bring her up.
She's crossed over. Sarah, can you hear us? Can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yep, there we go.
Perfect. Sorry, I think there was a little delay.
No worries.
I can talk a little bit specifically about what activities are included in this initial contract. And so that contract will include a vehicle for this program, like a co-response type vehicle that responders can use to respond to crisis incidents in the community. It also covers some staff time for personnel that will be hired as part of this program also. As well as a little bit of renovation money for an office space for this person or for this team in Station 1A, EMS Station 1A.
Okay, good. Thank you. Any more questions on it? Or?
Is this a one-time grant opportunity or is it ongoing?
Yes, as of right now, it's a one-time grant opportunity through the end of 2024.
Okay. Just want to highlight the need for, it's either going to be the state or our general fund that keeps this co-responder program going over the long run. So that's important for us all to have our eye on.
Right.
And I just want to extend a lot of gratitude to our staff for putting this program together, identifying funding for it, and getting this team on the ground. Thank you. It's been great to watch this proceed pretty quickly.
I do think it's possible we can use our EMS designated fund for grant matches, et cetera. Can we not? Not necessarily going directly after the general fund.
Yeah. Because the clinical social worker will be located in the EMS and the EMS employee.
Yeah.
That's a good point. May not be our general fund. Either local tax dollars or state tax dollars is gonna pay for this over the long run.
Yeah, same thing's true, though. We need to keep an eye on it and try to be as
for sure.
financially sustainable as we can, but be as opportunistic as possible to make sure that it's a sustainable program that can also grow as it moves forward and increase its capability.
It's a program we can't afford not to keep, for sure.
Yep.
Okay, so with that, I move we approve designation of signatory authority for the grant agreement with the Colorado Behavioral Health Administration for funding to support the Clear Creek County Health Assistance Team.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you.
Thanks, Becca.
The next item we already handled, the acceptance of Sheriff Albert's resignation. So we'll move to 905 item, the consideration of approval of resolution 23-44, resolution to request deviation from the driveway standards, site development case SDB 2023-0002, contained in the Clear Creek County Roadway Design and Construction Manual for the property located at 404 West Meadow Drive, Stoy Streepy from Road and Bridge, our engineer.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thanks for hearing us. We recently received an application from property owners to add an attached garage to an existing home located off of West Meadow Road. And through the review of those application documents, we found that the existing driveway that serves the property there did not strictly meet compliance with the driveway grade standards. And it was, approximately, through some analysis and an investigation, some reporting and information that were provided by the applicants and designing, their site plan associated with the attached garage that they wanted to add to the existing residence there. We found that the driveway was slightly above the maximum allowable grade for a residential driveway of this nature. We went through and with the applicants to kind of do a review and evaluation of the property there. Through that evaluation, we found that the driveway is approximately 350 feet long. It's an existing paved driveway and substantially meets all of the current driveway standards for approximately the first 200 feet, and where we typically have more concerns about safety hazards with steep driveways and drainage concerns associated with maintaining the road. And so no concerns for that initial 200 feet of the driveway as it connects to West Meadow Road. There's no significant impacts to adjacent properties due to any of the existing conditions that are associated with the property. And the portion of the driveway that does not strictly meet the grade compliance is a straight section of driveway that's approximately 100 feet long. And the maximum allowable grade in this case, due to the aspect and other conditions of the driveway, the use of it would be 12%. We found that on average across this section of 100 feet, it's approximately 13.5% existing there. And when we found all of this information, rather than assume the burden of cost and the additional disturbance and site work that would be required to mitigate that increased grade on the driveway, which would really involve, fairly significant realignment of the driveway in order to match up with their existing garage and parking area. And there's constraints associated with the neighboring property, other existing infrastructure. The soil treatment area is in that area, so it would have been fairly complex to realign the driveway and certainly burdensome to do so. And the existing parking area meets our parking area standards. It's really just this one straight section of driveway that's about 2/3 up the driveway there that it does not strictly meet compliance with that. They applied for a request for deviation from that typical standard in order to get relief from that grade standard on the driveway. Through the evaluation, we really found what I just discussed there, and due to the, minor, if any impacts due to this deviation from the driveway standard to the public and adjacent property owners, the site development department staff is supporting this request and would recommend approval of the deviation request.
Okay.
I don't have any questions. This is a very straightforward case.
Yeah. Similar.
Shelley?
Yeah, same.
Okay, so as far as like how I'm gonna vote, I'm prepared to approve this. I have just one kind of question related to the process, and maybe it's to you. Is the applicant here? Are you the applicant?
I'm the applicant.
Can you talk a little bit about what was the cost associated with preparing this application to the board? How much time did it take staff to process it and prepare for this presentation?
Most of the burden of cost fell on the applicant. They paid a permit fee, which I believe is $500 or $600 for the application fee to submit the request for deviation. And I think they incurred some additional cost that was not necessarily additional cost due to the request for deviation. It can be some additional information they'll gather, but most of the information they gathered would be the plans that they prepared would typically be required for the grading permit process in any case. And I'll let Mrs. Bidding speak to their costs if they have any additional costs above that. And then I believe that, that $500 or $600 application fee due to the fairly minor nature of this, and the time that we spent in conducting site visits and doing our analysis, was probably, pretty close, to, I think that more than covered our staff cost in our analysis.
Do you wish to speak to any costs, financial or otherwise, that you incurred in this
No,
process?
the application fee, because we needed to provide some more drainage documentation, but as Leah said, I think we would need to do that anyhow when we move forward with the grading permit.
Okay. Okay, I'm asking for that information because I have my eye on how we can help these processes be more efficient for us and applicants. One of the options that we would have would be to give staff more leeway to approve these administratively. That's something I'm pretty interested in talking about. Obviously, we're not going to talk about it here, but just wanted to raise the issue while we're having the hearing.
I think my take on it, as a builder for a long time is that, and having watched a lot of other projects that go on, is I think what you've looked at here and what you presented today is, and what you prepared and the process you went through is a necessary process. It's necessary diligence to look at all the factors that you presented to us. And so the time and expense, I think most of the time and expense saved, because you need to do it and document it for your own records when you approve it administratively or by, through staff approval without bringing it to the board. The time saved is the time today, the time to come to this meeting and present this to us and ask us. And so, there's another discussion, which is what should our criteria be on driveways and are they onerous? And I think that's another discussion. But if we don't think they're onerous, if we think that the drainage and all the other issues that you looked at are appropriate to look at when considering something outside of our criteria, then what we see is the result of this brought to us today and then asking for our approval on it versus skipping this meeting and skipping the time to do that. And maybe a little bit on the paperwork to prepare for us and get it into the packet and everything. That's the primary savings. If they're good criteria, then everything you did had to be done. So.
Go ahead, Sean. The thing I'd be curious about if we are going to jump into this conversation, and I don't know how we gain this information, but I suspect there are people who maybe don't apply or maybe stop partway through based on uncertainty with how this board is going to decide. And we see a lot of these, by and large, they're very simple. Every once in a while, we come up with one that's a little bit tougher a call. We've never gone against your recommendation. And anyway, to my knowledge, on a driveway deviation.
We have gone against.
On a driveway deviation?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Last one.
The one in Floyd Hill, that was 12.5%.
Yeah, it was the last one you considered, I think.
And what was staff recommendation on that?
Recommended denial because that was a unique case, that it was a new construction and it was due to contractor error or subcontractor error. In that case, that one involved maybe a gas line that was prematurely installed to serve the property before the driveway was properly graded in. And so the gas line was put in to meet compliance with the depth standard. And then when they were to rough grade the driveway and finish rough grading the driveway, then it would have brought the gas line close enough to the surface or brought the surface, the ground surface close enough to the top of the gas line that it was concerns for the utility. And so they were unable to meet full compliance with that. And those typically have not been supportive of if it's due to a contractor error. It seems unfair to some other people that don't make the errors.
So if there's a process, if we have a process at all in any oversight, then if it requires staff approval, that implies automatically the potential for staff denial. And if there's staff denial, the county commission always sits as, in effect, a board of appeal to that staff recommendation. So I don't know how we avoid that if we have criteria. And if we give staff the ability to, follow their judgment and deny.
Yeah, I could imagine an appeal process or anyway, but We don't need to.
What you all have discussed today is really right in line with what we've been discussing at staff level. And we have done a lot of research into our individual driveway and parking area standards, as well as this deviation process through the past year. We've been collecting information, reviewing our own standards, collecting information and processes from adjacent jurisdictions, and have actually just added to your schedule for August 15th, a work session discussion to bring some of that information to you and get some feedback from this board on what that process and what some of this criteria and some of our standards should look like going forward.
And the real question is, how do you avoid, I mean, you can avoid denial by relaxing your standards or having an appeal and coming in and asking for staff recommendations to be overturned, I suppose. I don't know what an appeal process would look like that would be different than our last meeting on this subject.
Well, when we have that work session, we can discuss it is my thought. So for this, do we just need a motion?
Yeah,
I think so. Thank you guys for indulging me.
that's all right.
I move we approve resolution 23-44 to approve deviation from driveway standards on site development case number SDV 2023-0002.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The next item, our 9:30 item, the county budget kickoff presentation. I think we are deferring to the meeting
We'll move that to the end.
in the interest of time. The next item we have is what was to be the 10 a.m. Is our 10:30 a hard start?
No.
No,
Okay,
you can't start before it.
okay. So the next item is our 10 o'clock consideration of acceptance of the 2023 to 27 Clear Creek County's CHAPS report. Dr. Tim Ryan.
Morning. So you have in front of you the revised community health improvement plan based on our discussion at the last meeting. The primary changes, other than some typos, et cetera, from the last edition are on page 16. We have included in our measures per the discussion from Commissioner Wood the last time to include suicide ideation as one of the measures that we're looking at, as well as depression and substance use. So that is a new measure there on the bottom of page 16 that we've added based on our discussion last time. In addition, on page 21, we have made some significant increases to the housing section that's there, really calling out some of the particular challenges that we face here in Clear Creek County around housing and as it relates to human health. And that is really all that we have changed in the document from the last time you read it. So hopefully you didn't read the whole thing through again. You just focused on page 16 and 21. Any questions?
The 39% of Clear Creek Middle School students who responded to the survey considered suicide in 2021 compared to 17% in the state. That's shocking to me. It's more than twice as high. What follows that number?
In terms of what? What do you mean, what follows it?
Again, that's an alarming number.
It is.
Wonders how much confidence to put in it.
I think we had this discussion the last time. The sample size is quite small. That of the number of middle school children who actually took the survey. So you have a number of issues, potential issues that are in there. We are unable to parse that out. The data does not lend itself to that reality. We also have a significant number of kids who didn't take it. So there's nothing we can really do about that other than continuing to encourage children to take the annual surveys that they're given.
Some like selection bias, et cetera, et cetera.
So is the sample, is it percentage derived as the the numerator is the number of kids that said, yes, I thought about it, and the denominator is the number of responses that you got?
Number of kids who took the survey, correct?
Number of what?
Children who took the survey.
Right.
Correct, yeah. Well, I think to your point, Commissioner Wood, regardless of whether the number is 39 or 37 or 31, the number is extraordinarily high. And it's why we have added that measure in there to really begin to focus on that as it relates to overall depression, overall anxiety. All of these sorts of things are what are really driving kids to have those ideations to begin with.
So I have a question. This isn't the first time this has shown up in our reports, is it? That particular, the fact that we've run high on that criteria.
I couldn't say in years past what the numbers were in terms of the last time. I don't know off the top of my head. I think this is a nationwide problem, I think is fair to say. It isn't really as unique to Clear Creek County or Colorado for that matter. For a whole host of reasons that we really don't have time to get into today.
Yeah, and I guess I understand it's kind of like the percentages of children that are above average or something like that. If we're talking about if we're double the norm, I mean, we can say this isn't unique to Clear Creek County. It is not common for all places to be above the norm, to be double the norm, because then the norm wouldn't obviously be there. There would have been a mathematical.
Have a new norm, yeah,
So
right.
to Sean's point, either there's an error in the map, or it is a unique problem in Clear Creek County. Not that there aren't other places that have that too, but it is an alarming number.
Agreed.
And so when Sean said what follows, the first two things that popped in my mind about what he was asking were, what do we do about it? And the other one was, how many of those turn out to be actionable cases, and what is our actual rate compared to actual rate of suicide attempts and suicide and successful suicide attempts relative to the state and relative to the nation? That's something I'd like to know too. Ideation is one thing, action is
Another.
where the rubber hits the road. So
I also think about connecting the dots with Mountain Youth Network. I mean, I know that they have an intentional focus on getting kids outdoors and environments where social media is left behind. And
Right.
I would think hypothetically that should be a helpful thing, but I would love to see us, take the next step at some point soon to connect the dots on that and see if there are other intentional focuses related to that we can address this alarming number.
Absolutely. And as long as I've been director of public health and school district have worked stride by stride. And so this won't be any different in terms of addressing this, both through Track Team Council and Mountain Youth Network and the rest of public health in the school district. So.
Yeah, and I know we get on my soapbox about kids and devices, but there's recommendations out there from prominent medical schools and other areas that suggest limiting their use. And I think there are things from a policy perspective we can do to help educate parents and let them understand that there are strategies, there are platforms out there that they can use to better understand if their child is at risk and to be a more effective parent when it comes to that. And I think that is something that's in our wheelhouse.
I agree. I mean, we saw the Communities That Care Coalition in Jefferson County produce a series of videos just right on that topic. And the videos were well done, and I mean, we could almost just put them on our website. But I mean, I think the broader point that I think I hear you making is that this matters, and it's a shocking number. It's to be above the state average in a state that I believe is 50th out of 50 in behavioral health outcomes is a problem. And there's a budgetary component to this, right? Which is you invest in the things you care about. And Tim, I'm glad you're here and we're talking to you, and you have one of the lowest budgets of any department in the county. And I know that if we were to ask you what you would do with more money, you would have a lot of ideas, and we're not asking you because we're in a serious budget
I
crunch.
appreciate that.
You need money to pay for people, to pay for the production of content, to pay for opportunities for kids to get out and engage in pro-social stuff. And so that's a problem with regard to local funding, and it's a problem with regard to state funding. I mean, when you see that we're near the bottom in our investment and near the bottom in our outcomes, not a whole lot left to analyze.
Yeah. I think, and I think that everything you said is real important, and I agree that we need to socialize that so that people understand that the investment that we've made in Colorado and the outcomes we're having in Colorado are,
Bottom
not
notch.
significant. Yeah, and they're consistent with each other. But the other thing though is, we have what we have here, and we're outside even Colorado norm. And what do we do about it? And one of the first things we can do about it is begin to, I mean, this isn't the first time I've seen this number come up, whether I've been at a Mountain Youth Network meeting, and there has been, and they've socialized the outcomes of their surveys. Every time I look, I'm seeing that we're above the norm on this. And for me personally, I have had both successful and unsuccessful suicide attempts in my family. And I know that suicide ideation is actually probably more common than any of our surveys ever show, because a lot of people don't want to talk about it. There's a self-selection aspect that can skew the numbers, but it's also true that most people don't want to talk about it and admit it. And it's been common in my family, and I know, and the thing that I take a little solace in is that it's, for my family, is that it's not unique to my family that that's the case. I can sit in a room and tell the sad story about my father's death, but it doesn't separate me from many other people in almost any room of any size that I'm in. Everybody's got a story, but we have a story here that's not a good one to tell. And so I think one of the first steps is to find out how this translates to actual action, what becomes an actionable attempt and an actionable success. And so knowing the numbers on that, if that's out there and we can try to find out, would be helpful. A helpful way for us to think about it and help process what we can do locally, because whatever happens at the state, whatever state voters, whatever state legislators decide to do, we have a responsibility to our population to do what we can to try to make things better. And having information to know what we've got to do is helpful. This is a big red flag that's flown a few times, and I'd like to have more information on the subject that can help us know what to do, what we need to do, how badly we need to do it, and maybe head in that direction harder than we are even. So.
Okay.
I also want to just speak to the housing section. I appreciate the dive that we went through to understand the relationship between our housing market and our public health outcomes. And I just want to put voice to a couple of the observations in here. A lot of the data from our housing needs assessment is reiterated. That talks about, the fact that almost none of our service industry jobs pay a wage for those employees to afford homes in this community. And that is a big challenge. And from a public health perspective, there's an economic justice perspective too, but from a public health perspective, that financial strain from the combination of low wages and growing housing prices absolutely contributes to the physical and behavioral health challenges that we see. If you want to talk about family life, the two most predictive factors for domestic violence are financial pressure and isolation. And those two things are both related to having parents traveling farther to work and paying more in rent, as one example. So I just wanted to take a second and mention that. And then the other thing that is the problem is highlighted in our housing needs assessment, which is that when you just look at the data on the cost of housing and you don't think about the quality of the housing that has the price on it, you miss that not only is our housing even more overpriced because of the quality, But when you talk about homes that are 100 years old, you come across a lot of information about indoor air quality and conditions that could help explain our increased asthma rate in Clear Creek County. It is known that when you have an older heating system, that heating system releases
Benzene, other stuff.
Yeah.
Carbon monoxide.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, the nitrogen's something I'm not seeing it right here, but anyway, releases hazards into the air that contribute to this, right? It's also known that older homes are easier places for mice to be. And there's a strong, and there's more documentation every day about the connection between mouse feces and mice living in your home and asthma rates. And so I think from a public health perspective, the call for housing that is affordable and healthy is important to articulate, to focus on. I recognize, I mentioned the limitations on your budget earlier. I recognize that the public health department isn't going to be the one to lead this, even though we saw in Summit County, housing was the second of two priorities on their recent housing assessment. We have other issues in different capacities to focus on as well. So I think, I mean, I am totally okay with our public health department not leading the housing conversation. I do want to encourage our public health department to participate in it, because I think public health has an angle on the housing conversation that can lead to more motivation and different goals and outcomes than you see when you're just talking to housing people. The need to retrofit our housing stock and make it livable is acute, and there happens to be a lot of funding out there for it. So just want to encourage you to provide that voice into these conversations wherever they're occurring.
I think the other piece of that air quality thing is, and we're monitoring it, is to keep an eye on the monitors and do what we can to advocate. But, you know, that's really pushing a large boulder up a hill, which is, and we should do it. I've been doing it for a long time, but try to advocate for better transportation for everyone, everywhere, because of the fact that we have, 4 communities, 3 of which are tied, 4 incorporated communities and a couple of other unincorporated areas of density, which are wrapped right around a trunk line that's serving 3.5 million people. A large part of whom are heading for the mountains every weekend. And it's, we have plenty of indication from our early air quality monitoring that we're finally doing that's impacting our health as well. That's a bigger, harder thing for us to change, because you have to change everything that happens on that highway, just not what people do in our county to try to get around that. And, but it's something to know that helps us try to influence transportation policy as well.
I think we're overdue for more of a sweeping policy discussion on housing. One of the things that you mentioned, I hear a lot of that I push back on gently is my first job out of college was a good job with a well-known company. I was living in New York City in Manhattan, and I wasn't even remotely financially able to buy the cheapest home in Manhattan at that time. So the notion that, I don't think that's necessarily a problem, right? I was highly motivated to work hard and work my way up to a position where I could purchase a home. So that's another perspective.
There were also high-paying jobs in that where you were living too, though, weren't there? It wasn't just because you were young, right?
Oh, yeah.
There were other people, the population at large, the jobs that were available. And I think what George is pointing to is the jobs that by and large are available in this community are low-paying jobs relative to the cost of housing in this community. And that there are very, very few jobs in this community that pay enough to allow you to either rent or buy in this community. And I think that's, and if you got housing insecurity, you know, there's a good chance you can have food insecurity, or you're making choices between which one you want to address and how to address it.
Yeah, and I mean, the Healthy Kids survey that we were just talking about, I don't think they ask for financial information in that survey. I think we know what that financial information would show, the correlation between behavioral health outcomes and financial pressure if we were to ask the question.
I think you're painting with a very wide brush. And an example of that, this morning as I was driving up, I noticed somebody's laundry hanging up on the clothesline next to one of the rafting shops where there is a small tent community. Those guys my understanding talking to some of them is they have no interest in living in public housing. They like living where they're living and doing what they're doing. There's a porta potty there. There's no problem to be solved for that particular segment of the community right at that time.
Some people want to be homeless too. Well, that was fun.
Any additional questions on the health improvement plan?
I don't think so. Just one additional point on the indoor air quality. There's a lot of funding out there to help families who can't afford it themselves pay for energy efficiency improvements. Those energy efficiency improvements also improve these air quality issues I was talking about. And I think that if we're talking about what public health can do is interacting with WIC people, you're probably already doing this. So maybe what I'm just trying to add to what you're doing is to make sure that people are aware that those programs exist and they can help you save money on your heating bills. They can also make your home healthier.
Yeah, that's a great point. Over the last 6 months or 8 months, we have really tried to expand significantly what we do and talk about with our WIC families. We went from 61 families to 85 or 89 families last week. So huge jump. We're also trying to create incentives for them to come in to talk about all these sorts of things. It isn't just here's the money to pay for this. It's we now have free diapers. We now have this. We now have this. Do you know about this, this, and this? In order to have those conversations, you have to have the people come in. They're not going to listen to you really on the phone. So having that one-on-one personal contact has been a major priority of ours over the last 6 to 8 months, trying to get them in to have that conversation to say, what else do you need? What else do you need help with? How can we help you? We have a number of different services, not that we provide, but we can link you up with the services that are out there. So those conversations are ongoing. It takes time to build trust, particularly with new families. They got a lot going on. And so it isn't always a priority for them to think about heating that's 6 months or 3 months really away, right? They're thinking about how do I feed this baby right now? And so trying to get them in there and have those conversations, to your point, and really understand what are your needs and how can we potentially help you?
I totally hear you. And it's like, you probably struggle like I do in helping people understand how easy it is, right? When my sister was pregnant, and we were renters, you can be a renter of a home and get that home that you're living in and renting completely retrofitted, right? We got a new heater, we got storm windows, we got insulation, all that stuff, right? And then we found that there were less mice in the house. So it is really easy. I mean, these guys, you call them up, they show up, they say, hey, we think we want to do this stuff and we think it's free. And you say, where do I sign on the dotted line? Right. Anyway, that's enough of that from
So one
me.
good solution is working on socializing the solutions that are available right now
Yeah.
and making sure people know them.
Yeah, absolutely. And to your point, there's a lot of challenges. that people face.
My comment about a little while ago, I want to clarify this too. My comment about some people want to be homeless was based on the idea that just because some people are happy where they are doesn't mean we don't have a problem. Or some people can get by where they are. I mean, I remember choosing to live in a cabin that had no floor and no roof on it when I first arrived because it was a one-room cabin living through the winter up at the end of Ute Creek beyond where anybody else was living or going, because that's what I wanted to do at the time. And we have those times in our life. But I think we also do have a chronic problem in this portion, at least, of our county in which the jobs that are available here for the population that's here, some of whom are even mobility challenged, the jobs that are available to them don't pay enough to support the cost of housing in Paradise. And so it's kind of funny that we have those two dynamics. We have that population and we have that lack of jobs that pay enough in the middle of a place that is high priced because it's also Paradise. It gives you it's a kind of it gives you a different perspective on Paradise, I guess, but.
It is a first world problem.
Yeah, I mean, the last thing I'll say about it is, I mean, I don't think those rafting industry workers are homeless, right? They're living somewhere that's safe, warm, and dry, and it meets their needs. Their needs are very different than mine right now. My needs might have been met when I was 21 or something like that. But again, I'm just saying I think we should be careful in terms of painting with too wide of a brush.
I mean, that's fair. And, you know, we're sitting here on a Board of Health, and part of our mandate as a Board of Health is to be, you know, making sure people are depositing everything where it needs to be, right? Sometimes people are living a great life, and then somebody else walks across their campsite in the woods and thinks that might be unhealthy to them. So.
Yeah, and that's kind of it's almost like a sub issue or a separate issue. I mean, the fact is we know what the jobs pay here, and we know what the cost of housing is here. They're real factors. They're like math. And so we know our norm is tough. We know it's tough all the way across Colorado, and it's like you said, Tim, it may be a first world problem, but it's one that exists here, and yeah, it feels like the bottom end of that in some places.
Yeah, I mean, confronting the price of housing with every tool at our disposal is absolutely worth our time within our mandate. It's what the public, it's what the public is asking us to do.
Well, I am more than willing to be a part of any of those conversations that have to do with housing as it relates to human health.
Yep.
I would appreciate if you could think about some ways we can get some more data on how that suicide ideation rate extrapolates across the actionable landscape. You know, what's really going on out there on the ground. And I know it's a small population, so that's a small sampling too. That's not a survey. That's, you know, what's our youth population and for that matter, our adult population. And, you know, what do our real suicide numbers tell us about that? Suicide attempts, suicide success relative to our population.
So I think with that, I'm going to put my neck out there and make a motion. I move we accept the 2023 to 2027 Clear Creek County CHAPS report.
I second that, and thanks, Tim, for all the efforts and for taking the effort to correct that based on our last conversation.
Sure.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We'll move to a public hearing to consider approval of resolution 23-40, annual review and reaffirmation or revocation of special use permit 20-105 for the Mount Evans qualifying Q House rite of passage. Fred Rolandhagen. And then at some point we might want to, looks like Brian already did, take a break.
Yeah, do you have anything you need me to share?
Do you have my packet that I gave to the board?
I'm sure we can find it.
Okay.
Just want to update it. Scan it and record it.
When I get to it, I was just gonna put up the draft resolutions.
What can I do to help you get out of here tomorrow? And that's not for self-interest, trust me.
No, I'm in good. I'm in okay shape. I can get this done.
Or do you have any visuals or anything?
Uchi told me that. I thought, it sounds like it could be a stress factor going on. So you mentioned you're not quite there yet. And
I'll just kind of
plan is to leave tomorrow.
have
No,
anything.
and in town a day later, you're working on your car, and then you thought you were leaving. It's not fun.
I just have to get down to Denver, but before it's my last part that I need.
Okay.
That's okay.
got good transportation. I didn't know if you had everything torn apart.
No, it's good. That's cosmetic stuff.
I think we're ready. So I don't have,
That's all I was saying.
I don't have anything to necessarily put up on the screen, but I think you all have my packet. And we've got some representatives of the Q House here to answer any questions and say what they would like to say. But this is basically the annual review. This is an annual review for the special use permit for the Q House. The purpose of the public hearing is basically twofold, and there were two things that triggered it. One was the annual review, where staff is doing an annual review of this. This is the second one that we've done, and we plan we'll plan to do this periodically into the future to make sure that the Q House is in conformance with the stipulations and conditions of their special use permit that was approved in 2020. Now, the second reason for the review is because of the charge of misdemeanor escape. So condition number 4 indicates that if a conviction occurs of residents over the past year that we have seen in the crime analysis that's submitted by the sheriff's office, that triggers an annual, that automatically triggers a review, whether we are doing an annual review or not. So those are the reasons why we did the review. When staff did the review, we reviewed the Q House's narrative that we provided that's in your staff report. We conducted a site visit to the house, and we requested any additional materials that we didn't have to verify conformance with the criteria. Just wanted to point out that the conviction or the charge of the residents of the Q House is not an automatic violation of the special use permit. In fact, it's not a violation at all. It's just the thing that triggers the review of the special use permit. So we go through that review. The special use permit actually plans and anticipates occasional issues like this. And so the question is, did they follow their protocol? Did they follow the requirements of the special use permit when the incident happened? And as best as staff can tell, it looks like that they did follow the appropriate protocol that's identified in the special use permit. So the staff report that's in your packet includes the staff analysis of the conditions of the special use permit. It includes a copy of the draft resolution that recommends affirming the permit. And it includes the Q House response. It includes the sheriff's crime analysis. And we did get one comment. We got one comment from an adjacent property owner that was expressed support of the Q House. Also in my staff report, I indicated I received one text message, one phone call expressing support of the, one phone call expressing support for the Q House. Other than that, I have not received any other public comments. This is a public hearing, so notice was published in the newspaper. We also notified all adjacent property owners within 1 mile of the property, and we notified applicable referral agencies. Any comments are in the staff report, which, as I said, I received 2. There were just two minor details that I thought the Q House could improve on or do a little bit better. Number 1 was notification of open houses. The special use permit requires open houses to be accomplished on an annual basis. So I advised the Q House to please notify me, please notify the county when open houses occur. And also the emergency phone list. It would be nice to have some adjacent property owners on the emergency phone list. The special use permit encourages that. as far as we know right now, there are no adjacent property owners that have requested to be on the emergency phone list, which is fine. I provided a list of adjacent property owners to the Q House for them to contact if they wish. But I did not observe any substantial violation of the special use permit at this time. So that is staff's recommendation. Staff recommends to affirm the special use permit. And if you have any questions, let me know. But Greg Townsend is here on behalf of the Q House to answer any questions or say what you would like to say.
All right. Thank you for your time. One of the things with the incident that triggered this in respect other than the annual review was our process of determination of trying to create some deterrence for students that were AWOLing from the facility. So actually it was kind of like grandfathered in, if you will, the fourth that left through the JCRB board, and the sheriff is the chairman of that board. We made some agreements, and the DYS was in support of those agreements in respect to creating a misdemeanor in Aurora, or in Arapahoe County, it was a felony type escape. So here it was a misdemeanor escape based around Judge Jones's decisions and such. She's the vice chairman of the board. And so we made a decision after the students had already AWOL that they were kind of grandfathered in and being charged for escape or for leaving the facility. So mostly it was predicated by a workplace relationship that one of the ladies helped them get a ride, if you will, from up on where the house is at. And so they went from there to Denver. And we then facilitated, doing the warrant charges, et cetera, through Lookout Mountain. That was immediate notifications and so on, led by protocols. But after the fact, it was a few weeks later that the charges were applied to those young men. And one of them turned himself in 24 hours. The next day, the sheriff made the decision to also charge him, even though he had turned himself in the next morning. But he was not allowed to come back due to the charges that the sheriff implemented. And then the other gentlemen, all of them spent time, well, 3 of them spent time in Clear Creek County once they were apprehended and charged with the court system here. So that was kind of the incident, if you will, from respect to leaving the facility. They actually were, the specific incident was that when they left the building, they went out a specific window. Night watch noticed within about 5 or 6 minutes. The students' comments were they looked back, the lights went on in the room. They knew they knew they were busted, but they'd already had a ride arranged. So they went down the highway about a quarter mile, got their ride, and they were gone. So sadly, that's the poor outcome for them. Most of those guys I've talked to talked to the gentleman that turned himself in the next day, and also some of the ones that spent some time up here, and they all kind of regret their decision. The 2 students that stayed, on a positive side, they left the program about 3 months ago. We presently have 4 students in the community that still hold their jobs even after 3 months to 2 years ago. They still work in the community. And my good day was I got to go home. And, on my way home, I stopped at Home Depot and saw a gentleman that left about 3 months ago. He calls me frequently. I went to the King Soopers to get my groceries and saw the other gentleman who left 4 months ago. Both left with $20,000 and $18,000 in the bank, approved home loans, 2 credit cards. As far as working through that process, Ms. Turk here, she's also a real estate agent, so she has connections and brought her connections up to the house, worked on credit and approvals in those areas. And so as far as the director of DYS, Alistrada stated this is unprecedented. Never heard that in 32 years that the kids have approved loans and 20 grand in the bank and they're 18. They bought their own car. They go back to work every day. And at Big O Tires, we have a gentleman working there at El Rancho. Currently he's in the house. Another gentleman who left about 1.5 years ago still works there, drives up from his home in Arvada, or his apartment in Arvada. And he's kind of mentoring the new gentleman who's in our home now. And on my way home, I stopped at Harbor Freight, and I will always, you're dressed in burgundy and black of our uniforms. And the gentleman that left about 10 years ago came up to me and said, "Hey, Mr. Townsend, he was at our facility in Ridgeview, and he has 2 young children and a wife, and that was my day going home one day. So that's the other side of the coin versus the kids that left. So we, my belief is we try to run an exceptional program, not a typical program. So we have pretty high standards. I'd have to say that I did send more students back to Montview or Lookout or other reasons than graduated because they didn't meet those standards, or they were assaultive, or they did other things that they shouldn't have done. They didn't meet the standards as far as trying to get through the program the right way. We've done 719 hours or a little more than that of community service last year in the local community. That's staff and students team wise. And we have about 8 organizations that we work with in the counties. And then I can't remember the countless individuals. Mr. Erickson, who's the veteran coordinator, kind of gives us Troy gives us a specific kind of, hey, these people need help. In the last week, we did about 38 hours of work in the last week. That's the best part of the job in that respect. So we get to give back, and the kids get to give back, and kind of, I can't say the comment that the last gentleman we just helped move, but there was a highway patrolman that was killed in the line of duty, and we helped his family move out of Idaho Springs recently. So that was in the last week. And if you have any questions, Ms. Turk or myself, we've been doing it quite a while.
I have a couple questions. Thanks for coming before us today. I'm looking at the letter, Mr. Townsend, that you provided. It's in the packet. And there's a simple chart that has a year, 80 pop, and AWOLs. Is 80 pop average daily population?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
From a business perspective, that number looks alarming. It starts at 10 at 2018, and this year it's only 2.
Correct. The state legislature over the past 5 to 8 years has reduced the number of beds that they fund. So in residential care, that number has gone from over 600, if you will, down to this year it's 237 total for the state.
And a lot of that's Ridgeview's closing.
Not necessarily. Well, that was one of the reasons that Ridgeview did close, is we had only 50 students at Ridgeview when we closed, and we had a 500-bed facility. So they reduced their numbers. Pueblo, on the other hand, the DOC, right? If you will, young YOS, youth corrections, went from about 50 or 60 to 450. So that's more of a funding issue, if you will. The state does different fundings on how they pay for their youth or where they're putting them. That affected the Q House. Ridgeview the Q House previously in the last 2 years was the step down program for Ridgeview Academy.
Right.
So Ridgeview fed many more students to the program. Also, in the change of the special use permit, we also used to have Department of Human Services, so DHS students, right, lower level, not criminal kids, that were approved to go to the Q House. Do that wording change passed in the past permit, or this version, the latest version of the permit, I think, that was eliminated. So we are not allowed to take lower level students to the Q House based on the special use permit. So that affected overall population. And you were correct on a business perspective. 2 years ago, we let the state know that we were not going to remain in the business if they were not placing students with us. So we've had a guaranteed bed rate of 8. So we are paid for 8 students by the state so that we can remain in business and provide services. Alistrada, who's the director, said, we need your resources, we need your services. They are not necessarily going to give us 8 kids at the moment. We should be up to 5 next month. We presently have 3. We just had 2 more, and we have 2 in referral for the August JCRP. So we may be up to 5 next month, and we hope to get up to 8. But many of the placements, the state is using the facility similar to what Ridgeview did. It's being used as more of a step down and versus a placement. Our most successful young men are there from about 12 to 14 months. Presently, most of the young men are getting placed for about 5 to 6 months. So that also affects population. 5 or 6 months, 2 guys leave, we might get 2 more. So we kind of status quo, if you will, as far as the placements they're giving us. We are presently applying to be a facility school because parameters wise in the JCRB bylaws, the students have to either have their high school diploma or GED or actively working on their GED. And that limits our, out of the 237 eligible referrals, that limits us to about 20% of those referrals. So we are applying to be a facility school, same age group, same process of approval, but it opens up the other young men in the system to be eligible to come up to the Q house, because we can have a full-time school, they can still work part-time, still take part in the program, but it doesn't eliminate them from being referred to the program.
Equally so, I would say that the landscape of the juvenile justice system has changed dramatically in the last 5 years. So you probably, I'm sorry?
For the better?
I think that would depend on who you ask.
Yeah.
I would say that in the state of Colorado right now, the continuum of congregate care facilities that are available to the state are very limited. So where we had Ridgeview before, which was an intermediary step, where we had some young men that had the opportunity to socialize in a more normalized environment than, say, a secure facility, then could come to the Q house, and it wasn't such a big jump.
Yep.
Now we're taking kids directly out of a lockup situation, whether they come from Lookout Mountain, Mount View Youth Services Center, Platte Valley, any of our secure facilities in the state of Colorado. There is not any longer a continuum. So we're coming out of secure and going into a very, very normalized environment where they're basically said, you haven't probably had freedom in some years, in many cases, here you go. So I think that the county has done an exceptional job in working with us with the JCRB and us having a much more stringent criteria of admissions to ensure that the young men that we're taking are very highly vetted. Of course, we can't account for every human, every human outcome that could result. But I think that we've done a good job of educating the division as well and saying, this is an identified time when you should be sending us these guys where we can ensure the most successful outcomes for them. Whether that be, returning to the community as a citizen that's staying within the Idaho Springs community, which, as Mr. Townsend said, a lot of our guys have done in the past, or just reintegrating them back into the state of Colorado in a successful capacity as well. But we have a very unique service provision that I don't think that any facilities in the state of Colorado offer right now. And that's, again, because of the cooperation with this county and this board.
Yeah, I was very personally disappointed when Ridgeview closed because of all the reasons that you just described. And I would love to have some continuing conversations in a different setting. When we have, we go down to the Capitol, we know legislators, and it's a problem that I think is getting worse. I don't think the changes have been reformative in nature. I think that they basically, a lot of when Ridgeview had hundreds of kids, they were learning trades. They were learning how to operate within a structure, almost like a family kind of a structure in some ways. And the society that's generating those challenges hasn't changed. It's probably gotten worse, and they don't have that environment available to them anymore. And I think we're all worse for it.
We appreciate that.
I agree.
We would agree.
That facility had been around for a long, long time.
Yeah.
It did a lot
They
good.
had graduations, they had sports. I mean, yeah.
I
Anyway.
haven't looked into it enough to have a strong opinion one way or the other. I know the intent of the legislature has been to, I don't think anybody would try to pretend that the status quo 4 years ago is any good. And I don't know specifically what changes they made, the whole host, and haven't taken the time to really evaluate that package of reforms. So I'm reserving judgment, but I do value this program. I've met a lot of excellent kids in your program, and I've had a lot of great experiences for myself, and also love seeing when they stay. I want to ask you, you mentioned just briefly a limitation that our special use permit places on the eligibility of kids. Can you just go into that a little bit more?
Yeah, well, what took place was previously there was a Department of Human Services allowance so that we could take direct placement, a little different type of kid, non-criminal kid, not DYS, more of a DHS student. So a lower level offense type student, or someone that just didn't have a place to live, if you will. So they had the same programming, they were accepted into the home. The problem became where the JCRB was part of that acceptance process. And so there was some illegalities in respect to them being able to approve the young men or not approve the young man. So that was eliminated based around the fact that they didn't see that it was their right or legality to, because the way that the JCR references as far as the revised statutes state, they're really not involved in a DHS placement. Al Estrada, in discussion of that in far as he is the director of VYS, stated, well, that's unprecedented. How do they have that control to do that? So the recommendations, I was not here when that took place. Fred may be able to speak more to that. But I know that it was a discussion based around the JCRB really not having the legal authority, if you will, to accept a DHS student into the house. And so that was, I think, their way of saying, well, if we don't have the right to accept that student into the house, we don't want those students to go to that house. So we are the only, according to Mr. Estrada, that's the only time he's ever heard that, as far as he called it unprecedented. As far as their oversight and control of who we can take or who we can't. That then went through your process and was changed through the county attorney, according to our discussions in the past. As far as the verbiage changed within the special use permit, that verbiage was taken out. So then we were not allowed to take those students anymore.
So is that something that we can change, or is that a?
Yes, it is. It is your ability to change it.
So I'd like to ask for our staff to look into this again. What I think I understand is that we have, a federal mandate to try to keep, and it's a good one, right? To try to keep our youth that's involved in our Department of Human Services in and around our community. I think the data is very clear that you get better outcomes when you do that. I also know that we are a foster parent desert up here. And there's just not many opportunities to place youth in this community. And I think that this, if our humans, I'd love to hear what our human service director thinks about this topic and whether or not we can, make a change so that our youth that's involved in child protective services has a
age
little
out of
place
the
to go.
system, age out of the system, right?
Right.
So that's something I would just kind of wanted to flag and ask our staff to look into and bring back to us. And then I wanted to ask just a little bit about the case with the 4 kids that were charged. Do you believe there was an intent to escape, as in like leave the system and run away and be on their own? Or was this an attempt to have a good night?
I think it was an attempt to have a good night, to be quite honest.
Okay.
They even said they stayed at the end of the driveway thinking, do we want to do this or not want to do this? The sheriff did investigate with some females that were possibly involved. If you read the sheriff's report, there was some inconsistencies in respect to, I think, their stories. But I think it was predicated through some females and wanting to go have a good time. And more so than, 3 of the gentlemen that ran away had jobs. They were presently working. They were doing well in the program. They didn't have any incidents at the time. There was no consequences coming their way. One of the gentlemen that went with them, the 4th gentleman, he'd been there less than a week. He was in orientation phase, so he wasn't working yet, et cetera. That's, none of them were in trouble, if that.
Thank you. And can you go in a little bit more detail about the misdemeanor charge versus the felony charge? If in a different community, they would have been charged with a felony.
Depending on the county. So there are counties within Colorado that this is the first time we've ever charged students running away. We implemented that in respect to, as I said, part of a deterrence, possibly. Kids are going to run away in this business. That's just what happens. But depending on the county, and depending on the district attorney, it depends on how they file that charge.
In the circumstances, I presume.
Yeah, somewhat, but even the exact same circumstances, Adams County does not charge kids. Anybody, they can run away and they will not get charged.
By the circumstances, I meant the question that was asked a moment ago. Was this some kids trying to go out and have fun at night? Or was this somebody trying to escape and, escape the legal system and run away?
Yeah.
The answer is the former, because I reversed the order in which the question was asked, but and And those are the circumstances I refer to in terms of how you treat it when it happens.
Yeah, I think that the decision we made is based around a deterrence, to be honest, in charging the kids. I don't know why it was not a felony in this county. That's a district attorney of the county question or the judge question. And there are counties that just don't charge the kid when he runs away. So it's all specific to each county or each district attorney area of how they are going to file the charges or whether they'll file them at all. Some counties just don't. And so it's not a consistent, you will not see it a consistent in any area, I think. So some just don't do it, and some do. Licensing in respect to that, we are a non-secure facility. We're a community placement. So we cannot restrain the young man or young lady, if you will, in some of our placements. They can walk away. We can walk with them. We can talk to them. We have brought kids back to the house before. We, drive the car down and say, hey, let's make a better decision. They have gotten in the car and come back.
Like 7 miles to figure it out, don't you?
Pretty much. Yeah. So, but we cannot restrain them. We cannot, passively or otherwise, we can try to convince them to make a better decision. And a lot of young men do, but if they walk away, they walk away. At our Morrison home, which is DHS, the same thing. Licensing allows them to call the sheriff or call the cops or the police down there, and they can pick them up. Some of them go back home even. They'll go run away, and then the district attorney and the home and everything, they go back to their house, even from running away.
Do those misdemeanor charges bring other charges back into the conversation?
Well, DYS it can be a concurrent offense, but it depends on, again, situation, age, what are their present charges, what were their previous charges.
And I think it's two different conversations to some extent, right? So if you're dealing with a kid that's committed to the Division of Youth Services that's serving a court-appointed sentence, then they're more likely to be charged because they're already under the auspice of the court. Whereas our facility in Morrison, those are DHS youth. And so they're typically not under any sort of, court sentence of any kind. So the likelihood of them being charged is less. What he's referring to is in Arapahoe County, it is a felony. And so anytime that a young man that had a Division of Youth Services charge, he would be charged with a felony escape if he left Ridgeview walking away, as it were, because they were under the auspice of the court.
Okay. Thank you. Just wanted to understand that a little bit better. I don't think I have any more questions.
Sean?
Good.
Thanks for the info. Thanks for the time.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate your time.
Is this an action?
Yeah, I'll go ahead.
This is a public hearing, so
Yeah, so you do need to
recommend to open public comment.
Yeah. Do we have any public comment on this application?
No one online.
Okay. Okay, do I have a motion?
Move we approve resolution number 23-40, annual review and reaffirmation of special use permit number 20-105 for the Mount Evans qualifying house / rite of passage.
Second.
Motion is second, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, the next item is now 11:20, and I'd like to say we're only 20 minutes behind, except we put off a couple of things. But the first question is, do we need a break? Anybody need a break?
Maybe a quick stretch. 5
minutes.
5 minutes.
5 minutes. So we'll take a 5-minute break. When we come back, our next item will just continue to the agenda, I think, if that's what our attorney and manager recommend, which would be the update on the shooting range project. Okay. We'll move in 5 minutes to the update on the shooting range project. Our next item was our 11 o'clock item, an update on the shooting range project budget and engineering plans from EV Studio. I don't see Lisa Liebman here. It has her name.
She's out sick today, so I'll just give a really brief intro and then hand it over to EV Studio. So,
Matt Taylor.
yeah, okay.
Today's Lisa Liebman.
Yeah, yeah. I think Lisa is online, but like I said, she's a little under the weather, so. But basically, I think you're all aware, we had published an RFP for construction of the shooting range, and we received 3 bids, all of which were considerably over budget. So in an effort to reduce that, we've decided to do some value engineering and asked EV Studio to work with the preferred bidder and kind of go through a process to evaluate and do some of this value engineering. So they're here today to present kind of the results of that discussion with the preferred bidder. And so with that, I'll kick it off to Brian Welsh and Austin Bates with EV Studio.
Yeah, I think, ultimately, similar to what we sent over in the board packet, we had our original bid price. What we tried to do is take that price and put together some alternatives, ultimately with one option meeting the budget as it's been with 1.81. We also produced kind of an intermediate concept or cost estimate, which we believe probably has the most value, but isn't necessarily on budget. And I think all of us know in direction from the team is that we need to make sure we're being budget conscious and we can hit the budget, but also wanted to show kind of the steps along the way to get there. So really what we wanted to do today is talk about the original numbers, kind of that in between, which we can get into details of each one, but then also ultimately what we end up with for a concept sketch and a list of items that have been removed and retained in the final project budget at 1.81. I don't know if there's any big picture questions about, either some of our older conversations about what was in the design, any additional questions about the specific contractors and kind of how they presented their bids, or really if it's more of a conversation of where we're at today and the different sets of numbers. I know there was a list of questions from George. We answered those, sent those out, obviously just within about an hour and a half ago. So I don't know if he's gotten time to look at them. We can certainly walk through and address some of those and just make sure that you all have some clarity on where we're at today and where we'd like to go.
I would love to go through the questions that I asked.
If you could find them.
For the board's benefit.
So I wonder if it makes sense to let them, given that your questions are based directly on the packet, I wonder if it makes sense to have them go through their presentation first.
Yeah.
On the 3 different
Yeah.
correct strategies or scenarios.
Right. I think the one thing that we came out of the bidding process with that I think is extremely helpful is really where we took this project off was from the SD concept and sketch and cost estimate from Vargas and Associates, which it kind of laid out a dream plan. And so that was kind of that starting point of where are we taking off from? When over the last several months, we've done, several different design, iterations where we're reducing and reducing and reducing from where that started. When we went out to bid, we obviously included 3 different packages. One was site work, one was shooting sheds, one with the educational building itself. So 3 different groups. Where we're at today is we have actual real pricing on everything from the original design that we put together. One thing we said from Dave, from when we've reviewed, is this really gives us a good plan of what potential phases could be. And I think there's, the thing we like the most is that it's based on real pricing instead of estimates. I think that's one thing that from the SD phase really we found out quickly is how far off a lot of these prelim SD cost estimates were. And so when we've moved forward, we have actual pricing and we know what each piece will be. One of George's specific questions was, what does phasing look like? And, the hard thing for us to answer that is it depends on, phases are directly tied to funding. And so a lot of times what we do is we adjust the phase built on where the funds are at. So what is phase two? It completely depends on what the phase two funding source looks like. But what we have is we have a full list of costs where we can adjust phase two to match the budget that comes in, whether that's from grants, however that's determined. So it's hard to show phasing without knowing what the budget is for each phase. The second thing we did is really, once we had the cost estimates in, we looking at the different bidders, we went forward with the one with the lowest building costs, knowing that we had the greatest opportunity to reduce the highest site costs. And we've sat down with both the general contractor as well as some of their subs and talked through their numbers and where they came from. We sat down with Stoy a handful of times to figure out what can we do on the site work to make sure that we're getting a product that Stoy is extremely comfortable with and also meets the budget. And so that's something we've done a lot of. There've been a lot of meetings and discussions about how do we hit this price point without sacrificing things that are needed based on essentially in good engineering practice, things the county has in place as far as erosion control and stability and grading. And so we split that into a handful of different columns. The simplified version is really in this list. So obviously in our original bid scope, we had the shooting sheds that we knew were likely going to be outside of that budget. From day one, those conversations were, hey, this is an item we likely can't afford. We want to get a plan in place and we want to get an actual bid price. The second thing is paving of the additional overflow parking lot. So those two items were easy to remove, even from the base bid as far as an alternate. They were done as alternates, so we have specific pricing on them. Our second step was to take it and reduce it down to what would be our preferred project if we could remove some scope items that I think are really good, but not essential to the project. So taking things like there's some cabinetry and some millwork inside the building. That was an easy item to say, all right, let's not put the millwork in the building. That's something that as the building gets used, we can go and finish out those interior finishes with some cabinets that we like. Who's actually operating? What do they like for furniture? You hate to move all these things in and then have someone come in and say, I really don't like the way this is set up. I'd like to set it up to how we want to run it. So that the cabinetry was an easy item. The shooting tables and benches are something that really want to live with the shooting sheds. It's hard to have a good table and bench without them being fixed. So, a lot of times some of the ranges use picnic tables, movable benches, things that are more easy to buy and more easy to move around each range rather than a fixed bench. So really looking at those being kind of coupled with the shooting sheds. I think one of the bigger items we ended up having to remove was the grading of all berms. So what we did retain is all the grading along the eastern property line. This is one item that's been at the top of the list as far as the engineering side with the public works to say we need to stabilize this slope. This is a must for this project. So when they did do the pricing, they had split out east side stabilization versus berm grading. So we have left the whole east side grading, removed the berm, saying, all right, we can operate within these lanes currently. We'll use the current lanes, we'll stabilize the east side, and we have a specific price for the interior berm regrading if we want to do that at some point.
Does that mean that you work with the existing berms that are there basically?
Exactly. Yep.
Rather than doing any remodeling of that to adjust the lane sizes and location? So you're shifting locations to work within the existing topography?
Correct. Exactly. And so we laid out lane lengths in the existing berm locations. So showing what a 25-yard lane looks like inside of these. So those are the existing berms as is, showing that we do have a 100-yard lane, which was one of the pieces as far as the grant funding is they wanted to see a 100-yard lane. And then showing a second 75-yard in the existing footprints. So these are based on still doing the lead remediation of the existing berms, but not reshaping and moving them around to kind of maximize their space. So that was number 4. Restacking of concrete barriers is something that was part of regrading of the berms. So obviously that was an easy item to remove without the berm grading. And the last is some chain link fencing and gates along the front of the building. In that, we look at that as kind of our ideal situation where we remove some excess things. We still get a lot of the fundamentals of the project. And what we show is that came in at 1.98. So roughly 170,000 over the 1.81 budget. The things we retain in that are all of the curb and gutter, the sidewalk, and paving of the front primary lot. So a lot of that, kind of the front area around the plan. What we also wanted to produce, so the way we read through these charts are things in orange are obviously removed items just to help highlight and show, items where they either are reduced in scope or removed. So when you see those colors, that's what they're indicating. The second exercise was really to get the project under the 1.81 budget. And so the additional items that were moved to get from 1.98 to 1.81 include some finishes as far as the window materials. What you'll see is for the most part, we did not cut building costs. The building is an extremely tight number. There aren't a lot of frills or excess finishes on this building. It is a solid building that's designed fundamentally correctly, so it's low maintenance, but it's good materials. And that's something we didn't want to compromise with. It's hard to really start, one thing we wanted to be careful of is we'd much prefer to cut a scope item than to start decreasing quality throughout the project. You have two different approaches. One is to say, well, let's take 10% out of everything. And I think you can get into trouble because what you end up with is a product that looks like it's all there, but you're really lacking something that is a quality product that you want to last. And I think low maintenance, high quality is something from the start has been, it's a building you do not want to have to go in and repair on a consistent basis. The windows were an item that the contractor suggested to say, hey, we think we can get some savings there. The other thing we did as far as getting under budget is to reduce the overflow lot to half the size. So that's taking out half of the overflow gravel lot. We removed all the concrete paths to each range. We kept the concrete in front of the building. We removed the crusher fines paths throughout the site, basically saying foot traffic will make it just on kind of the dirt floor. And we removed the parking in the main area up front, so it would just be gravel. So that was where we ended up with to get under budget, and that is what is shown on this plan. And just wanted to just show what's been done as far as going from the original plan to this one. I think some of the other questions, I guess that was kind of the overview on our deliverable to the board. I don't know if there are any specific questions on the pricing or our process. And if not, we can dive into George's questions as well.
I have one that popped into my head that wasn't on my list. I'll start with that one. On the, are we calling it a clubhouse?
Yeah. Call it a clubhouse.
It's been called a lot of different things.
Yeah, on the building or building. At one point, we saw an image of one that had a lot of outdoor space. Have we gone away from that?
We're showing the outdoor space. We would not be doing the crusher fines of it, but we're leaving the area there. So it'd likely be some picnic tables on more kind of that native grass dirt, kind of that grass dirt area.
Okay, so can you describe what's still inside that building? The things that the shopping list I have in mind is retail space, classroom.
Yeah, the program hasn't changed. The building hasn't changed at all. The millwork was removed. So the cabinetry is really the one thing that was removed.
Casework or millwork?
It was,
Millwork is usually, like the door and window trim and all that stuff. Casework is the cabinets, right?
so they break out their door, I'm trying to find it here. They break out their door frames and hardwares as a whole separate item.
But a lot of time, the millwork, in common terminology, the millwork for me was always the trim, the baseboard, the door, the trim that goes onto the door. And then the doors, along with all their hardware and their jams and everything are over here. But then there's I'm not sure what the setup is. What was their setup for trim on the doors and windows?
I'll look back. I'm not, so we can give them a call and talk through it.
Okay.
Because they just listed.
Make sure we're all on the same page.
Yeah. For the most part, it was the cabinetry along the left face of the education room. And then the cabinetry back in the office area are the two main items they removed. And a lot of that was, okay, we can add cabinets, we can find different pricing, we can buy some stock cabinetry. But for the most part, a bulk of that number was cabinets in those spaces.
So Randy, are you asking, because it's a good question.
Because it might be.
We're going to have trim on the doors.
Yes, there will be trim on the doors, yes.
Well, I just wanted to make sure that this reflected that and didn't accidentally kind of, in one broad swath, take out all the millwork and casework and leave us without trim on the doors. That's why.
No, we'll definitely double check with those guys.
Yeah.
From the start, what we've said, and part of the discussion with the contractor was that when they lock in their final pricing on the building, the intent will be to become even more competitive. And any money that is saved, we will continue to add scope back in. And one of the things we said from the start is, if we know we have $5,000 that's been saved, there will be a discussion with the team as far as where does this 5,000 go? Do we add, 3 panels of concrete? Do we add asphalt to the first row of stalls? Do we add certain millwork back in? So, I mean, the intent is that we will keep it at the budget, and where we find savings, we will put it back in.
Yeah. It may be under finished carpentry.
Yeah, I saw that there's a finished carpeting line, which is like, all right, what is,
I was talking about.
is that specifically? And
Yeah, so just a clarifying question would be good. It's not a big ticket, but
absolutely.
I mean, I'll come over and trim the doors and windows.
We might hold you to that.
I know. I looked at some of this was left out. It looked like stuff that you were going to have me do after I was out of office and spare time, Randy's got to do this for free.
Picnic tables, so just mass production of picnic tables.
Yeah.
And George, I'm sorry. Did we answer your question about what's going to remain in the building?
Yes. Because I think I remember hearing that it was some feedback we got from some potential operators was, we need retail space in the building, and I'm glad to hear that it's there.
Yeah, we still have our retail, we still have the office, we still have the education side, we still have the bathroom. The floor plan has not changed. The materials haven't changed. Really, the only difference is the windows and the cabinetry.
So I'll go through, you did answer a lot of these questions already.
I sent that to the other two of you, by the way. George's email, you've got the response that was sent.
Yeah, I was looking at it a little bit ago.
So before I start talking about the ideal cost, I had asked if there were any conversations with Gilpin about needing more funding for the other phases. You responded, there have not been any conversations. I mean, that's an element of this to discuss with the board. We may not need to issue direction today. Maybe we would want to. Is it time to let Gilpin know that we don't consider this project complete based on this scope of work and that we're going to be asking them for more funding in the future?
I was suggesting maybe I reach out to Ray, let him know, kind of give him an overview where we're at, and ask them to consider something in their FY '24 budget development.
Yeah, the challenge I see here is that we get this complete, we open the shooting range, they get the closures.
Right.
Any motivation to continue to participate kind of goes out the window. And
which is
in
what
the
choosing
meantime-
how we phase this and,
Right.
and which of these three options.
Yeah.
Which the first obviously isn't tenable, but
in the meantime, we have a shooting range without shooting sheds, without noise mitigation, without, you know what I mean, without a lot. And so I don't know if I want to hold up our decision
I was
today.
just gonna say, I would hope that ask doesn't hold us up.
well, it might give us, it might help inform the decision that we made today.
How would it change it?
Well, what are you gonna pick? There's three columns there. And we can pick the column that meets the current budget, or we can pick a different column and seek more funding.
Yeah, I mean, CPW has indicated they support this project. Obviously, they can't tell us they're gonna give us another grant, but they certainly have indicated ongoing support.
And I think the correct characterization of this is that the project is, we don't have the funding to complete the project, and a complete project is gonna require more funding. And that could be, that funding can come from additional grants, it can come from Gilpin County, it can be additional funds beyond what we expected from Clear Creek County. I mean, if we're asking Gilpin, so I'm thinking about how that conversation would transpire.
And more like that's a different phase, right? So we get this phase done and that
Right.
funding for that next phase, whatever's in that phase.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're in a situation where if we don't approve one of these options today, we lose our construction window. And I feel some urgency around getting this thing back open. I just wanted to sort of note that risk to the board. And, you know, it says here, if the grants are received in next CPW's round next year, we still have more than $1 million to finish the range according to the plan. CPW could come in for 300 to 600K of that, which leaves between 400,000 and 700,000 for us. And so the conversation I wanted to have with you two as a board is, I know we've stated in the past that getting to full completion, specifically on the shooting sheds, is important. And my question is it important enough that if we're left holding the bag, we open the bag?
Well, I'm seeing, almost 700,000, not 1 million. You said 1 million? We're short 1 million?
With the 300 to go from 1.8 to 2.1, with the base, and then the shooting sheds added, would probably put you pretty close. Is that kind of what you're?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just
Yeah.
just reading the written response to the first question. It says over 1 million is needed to finish the range according to the plan. Grants are received, estimated revenue would be in the 300 to 600K range, leaving a 400 to 700,000 plus shortfall.
Okay, yeah, so the shooting sheds, okay, I got it, sorry. Sheds are out of this entirely.
So
Current.
the way I'm perceiving this decision is that we're doing it in knowledge that our general fund reserve may need to come in to complete this project. I believe it would be a disservice to not complete this project and call it open and move on to something else. And so that's the conversation I was wanting to have with the board now, so that we kind of know our expectations moving forward.
I guess my observation is by approving the partial solution, we meet our obligation with the Forest Service, right?
Yes.
That's important to me. That checks the box, gets our closures. In terms of asking me to go on record now and saying I'm willing to spend a somewhat unknown amount of general fund to fund it beyond what's required to get the closures, I probably don't have an answer for you today. I think it kind of depends on what our financial situation is when this comes back around. What are the competing interests, opportunities, what the funding landscape looks like. I mean, coming up with a match of 100 grand is a lot different than spending 400 or 500 grand to me.
Yeah, one of the things too is when you're going for grants like CPW, you, generally speaking, those grants are not available for work that's already completed. You know, it's got to be future work that you're planning and can't build without the grant. So if we commit to do the work today and move forward and fund and commit to this, a larger number, let's just say we took the middle column there and that was our choice today. And we decided we were going to defer the other until later. Or, I mean, actually the middle and, you know, it's, we want to make sure that we maintain our options open to legally be able to get the grants, I guess. And so I wouldn't want to make a decision today that actually that had an unintended consequence.
Yeah, and the conversation I'm trying to have is specifically around a commitment to get the shooting sheds built. Yes, we can meet our minimum standards with the Forest Service. Can we meet our minimum standards that we choose to impose on ourselves about the kind of noise impacts we think we can accept in that neighborhood?
Yeah.
And honestly, I mean, some of it boils down to the calculus of the needs of the few versus the needs of the many. I mean, people who've lived in that neighborhood have had this noise since the shooting began there decades ago, maybe even generations ago. And I agree that it's a worthy goal. Whether I think we have the money to make that a responsible expenditure, like I said, I don't know.
Mr. Chair, I might, I mean, as much as I don't want to suggest it, you did just approve two agreements that are bringing in almost $1.9 million. We have thoughts on where that money should go, but we certainly could use a portion of that to.
The dollars are always fungible, man.
Yeah, it's true. And I mean, another way to say what you said is to talk about sacrifice zones. And I'm not in love with the idea that we would create a sacrifice zone in the Dumont neighborhood.
Never even heard of that. I don't know what
The few and the many, you mean?
Right.
Well, it's kind of our job description, the few and the many.
And I mean, to that point, you know, you're right. They've been living with shooting without sheds to date. What we're contemplating here, I think, will result in more volume, not decibels, more frequency of shooting. And therefore, I believe it's incumbent on, and so I guess I'll just say that I think it's incumbent on this body. And if we move forward with this, I'll continue to advocate for those to be built. Because I don't think that the option is to create a sacrifice zone. I don't think that's a viable option.
The left-hand column does not include the shooting sheds, right?
None of these columns do.
That's my point. And obviously the left one doesn't, the other two don't. That's why I asked the question that way. And so what you're advocating today is to go back to the original bid?
No, what I'm asking for is information about how you guys might judge this situation moving forward, whether we're going to finish this phase and say we're done, we're moving on to the next thing, or whether we're going to have some commitment to trying to get those shooting sheds built.
No, if it's about a commitment about doing things well and doing them right, obviously I would like to see this entire project a complete project. And that involves, if it involves asking, and that involves looking for grants and looking for additional grants, could that require additional matching? Matches? Yeah, it could. It could require a request of our general fund to throw in yet another match on top of what we've already committed, especially if we're going to ask Gilpin to do the same thing. If we're going to ask Gilpin for more funds, we can't ask Gilpin for more funds without saying, in other words, we'd say, here's what it's going to take to get enough to finish this project the way it should be done at the end of the day. And this is the match that's required. Now, I mean, that's the way I would couch this conversation with Gilpin. And so Gilpin and Clear Creek need to understand how they're going to see this happen. And so that match is, what really drives the conversation with Gilpin. And to do that, yes, I'm prepared to commit that eventually we build the whole enchilada, that we don't just get closures and stop. It doesn't mean that I'm willing to spend it out of this year's general fund to get it. It means that I'm willing to commit to, that we apply for more grants to get that stuff done.
And just like with the knowledge that those more grants will cover between 300,000 and 600,000 of more than $1 million in additional expenditures.
I like the $600,000 number better.
Me too. Okay, so that's, I mean, thank you. I just wanted to have that conversation. I understand where you're both coming from.
I'll say one thing. I think you're kind of painting a false choice, right? You're saying, do you choose on the one hand, spending this money with limited information now, on the other hand, creating a sacrifice zone? And I think there's a wide spectrum of other options that are available to us.
Well, do I have an intent to complete the project ultimately? Yeah. I mean,
Create all kinds of projects, but we have limited money.
Some of the wide variety of options that we have are to not finish it and send the few a letter that says we're sorry.
What I would be satisfied by is that the direction to staff and the design team is that the shooting sheds are the next phase.
Correct.
And as you're figuring this out, that the shooting sheds are the next phase. I mean, minor items like casework notwithstanding.
And I think we walked in this room also believing that to be the case.
Yeah.
Right, that the shooting sheds are gonna be the next phase.
So for clarity for me though, George, what would help me is which of these three columns are you advocating that we commit to today?
Yeah, I want to have that conversation first because it informs the next one. I think,
One quick comment on the columns. We try to do our best to put them in 3 columns. You know, we can absolutely adjust.
Columns, yeah.
You know, the middle column could add and subtract, you know, it's like, well, I kind of like this item and I kind of don't. I mean, what we wanted to show is, you know, what is the preference between the 3 columns, and the middle column leaves a lot of adjustment to be had. And if there's specific items where it's like, I don't see value here, I do see value here. Some people are very particular about fencing and they want that control. For them, that $10,000, it's like, I want the 10, whether it's, you know, that has to go in, or some people are like that seems really unnecessary. We'll hire a fencing guy. We'll take it out. There's a lot of those things where we try and do our best on that ideal cost, but by no means is it like we either have to go with the middle column or the right column. There's a lot of flexibility in that middle one as you guys kind of look at this stuff and figure out what's important to the team, because there just hasn't been that conversation, and that's really what we wanted to have.
This reminds me of the parameter estimates that I built tons of, where here's a few different ways to look at that, and you can still shuffle those cards around and create yet more columns in between those columns and come up with other versions of this too.
Yeah.
But the bottom line, but my question for George is, looking at the choices that are being made here today, which of these columns are you looking at is what you would advocate?
I mean, I think based on the conversation we just had, knowing that choosing the middle column is us coming out of our general fund reserve for another $180,000 today and not getting the shooting sheds, I would advocate for the under budget column, with the exception of one item that I want to dig into. Those less expensive windows, I imagine they're less energy efficient.
It's like $6,000.
And it's like $6,000, and I don't know what the ROI is, but it's better when you do it first and not a retrofit later.
Yeah.
That's the only item I might suggest we add back in to get built.
Yeah, there are a couple of different things in there. There's, you know, we might be looking at infiltration factors, we might be looking at U values, and we might be looking at lifetime replacement costs. What the life of the vinyl windows don't last as long as clad windows. There isn't any doubt about that. And generally clad windows have better U values and infiltration rates. And so there is a return on investment in energy over time. $6,000, quite honestly, on something that size and that many windows is going to take a long time to probably pay off with those savings. But then you might be replacing those windows 10 years earlier too, and replacing them is as expensive as buying them to start with. So,
Absolutely.
That's perfect. I think that's kind of the exact conversation we were hoping to have, was looking at the two lines. What would you prefer to keep in the project now or remove?
It's actually a $4,000 difference. It's 10180 for the wood windows. And those are not clad, is that correct?
I'd have to look, so the 6,000 came from a number they said, I think we can be at about 6 if we haven't seen what they're proposing for window type. And that's obviously something that we'll want to look at and say, where do they think they can see value?
Yeah, I'm assuming they mean a wood frame, but maybe a metal clad on the outside. And the vinyl windows are usually something that's a homogeneous or has also a vinyl or plastic exterior as well.
And we'll look at what we had for our base window as well, and we can send that info out.
So you're asking, George, so what you are saying is stay within budget for now, except you'd like to change the windows out maybe, is that right?
I think so. And the only other thing that I think is worth bringing up on this list is the paths. I know we have a concrete path to the building. I had a question about whether there would be hard surfaces. I think under this plan, please clarify, there will be no hard surfaces from the building to the lanes.
It's really hard to put those in before you start to modify the berms. Because they want to go adjacent to the shooting shed. And if you're building sheds after you're building sidewalks, those sidewalks will be, they'll be trashed. I mean, you'll get scared. I mean, everyone will be running over those sidewalks and they just won't hold up. So there's a handful of those things that really want to be attached to the shooting sheds.
Is there the sidewalks that you build to access the current lanes are going to be different than the sidewalks you would build to access the future lanes? Is that right?
Right.
That's a really good reason to not put them in yet.
I totally agree. I think there might be an in-between solution we can talk about. I believe you can be ADA compliant with crusher fines.
Right.
Maybe we can throw down some temporary crusher fine pathways.
And this is it's a challenging ADA site because it's how many lanes, which lanes.
Yeah.
And so it's a balance of, okay, are we accessing one of the 25s and then do we have to go to the 100? So it's a little unique because you have to offer that opportunity, but it's a little unique in the site.
Yeah, I get that. And I would just advocate that, and it's not a budget line item. I agree with not doing concrete paths. I would advocate for us to try to design in crusher fine, just a hardened surface that a wheelchair can roll on.
Yeah.
I think that's another thing it's important, right? Accessibility is
wheel rolling
used by
grades,
the few and crucial to those few.
Yeah, you can put down crusher fines and wheel roll a path pretty easy and then grade it off smooth and.
For sure. So those are the two things I would advocate for. Otherwise, I think my preference is the under budget cost.
So that pretty much, and that should make Sean happy other than, because what we're doing is choosing a column that meets the budget and doesn't ask for any additional funds at this time. And the only difference might be that my ask is that we aggressively pursue, we aggressively pursue the grants that we need to be able to get more phases done on this project as we move forward, and eventually probably shooting sheds. I think it's a good idea.
And I just want to plant the seed here.
You got that right.
Today.
We're recorded. Don't worry. It's okay.
We're talking about other grants to get this funded. We have not explored private funding for this project. Sean, this might be of interest to you. That's something that's worth exploring as well. And private funding, I mean philanthropic funding.
Mm-hmm.
Brian's like, yes, we have. He's looking. What do you got on your mind, Brian?
I got a clinic to pay off yet.
Maybe foundational funding too, like the NRA or something like
that. It turns out the NRA is out of money, which is fine by me.
Those sheds have a lot of opportunity for private funding if you split them out per shed or something like where you actually donate a shed. It gets that price point a little more palatable and it feels like you're getting something out of it.
And there are philanthropists that might donate to a shooting range that might not donate to a behavioral health clinic. But I appreciate the admonition. That's everything that's on my mind for this conversation today. Thank you guys for.
Yeah, I see some, there could be some pretty creative, it's not like you have to get this done in gigantic chunks either in terms of phases. I'm looking at some things like the overlock grading of the berms. I don't know what else is connected with creating and changing the lanes. If, for example, the targets that we would build that you're suggesting, the interim target frames that we would build at this time are movable, then what's connected with, you've got the current layout and the future layout. What additional cost besides just regrading berms is involved in changing the lanes?
It's a pretty easy one to break out.
Carry the picnic tables and the target frames around to new locations.
Right.
Yeah.
Get a dirt work guy in there, it's some seeding and restoration. We know it's about 90 for the berms and it's probably about 30 for the seeding and restoration.
So for about 100, you could have $120,000 phase that moves you to the new lane alignment without doing anything else except carrying the target frames and benches around. And you might have to build a couple more target frames and benches, but otherwise, because the new layout may require different numbers.
And it's a single guy. I mean, it's a single excavation, dirt work, sole source kind of guy where you're not connecting a lot of subs. There's not a lot of coordination. It's a really clean scope when it comes to here's the line item, here's the plan, go. It's fairly clean.
So that's a nice micro phase that would move us that would be a macro movement towards final layout.
Right.
And it would be awesome. You're right to identify that with your construction mind. That has to happen before you build the shooting sheds.
Yeah.
Maybe you could try to do both of those in the same phase. I think that would be my ask.
Well, and if not, even if you can't do it in the same phase, you can still show progress and get something done and out of the way. And it's less money you got to do later. And there might be a creative source of funding, for example, for $100,000 to $120,000 lane relocation and berm relocation.
It's a simple scope, especially if you get someone off season. I know the excavator that looked at this said, I'd come in and knock that out sometime just as a separate scope because it's so isolated that you'd probably always want to keep the shooting sheds and the earthwork separate when it comes to the contract work because they're just very different individuals. So if you group them, you're essentially paying one of them to manage the other. And they're so separate and they're fairly simple in their scope. But there's a lot of those pieces of this where parking lot really becomes its own deal. Same thing. You're talking a paving guy that comes in, it's kind of a standalone contractor. You're talking earthwork is really its own area. And then you're talking these shooting shed concrete work, flat work as its own scope. So they break out really nicely.
You can bring in that way, you can contract independently rather than hiring a general contractor to come in and try to oversee and having another layer of profit on top. Or a single sole source contractor who would have been a subcontractor to the general contractor. So you've eliminated a layer of overhead cost and profit, and just brought in one person and had them move the berms, regrade the lanes so that they're nice and clean to be walking out and dealing with targets and stuff like that. And redefine that sidewalk area because it changes and the crusher finds. And then you can deal with somebody later on for concrete to take care of the new sidewalks eventually on top of the crusher finds when you come up with additional funds. And at the same time, give you the foundation for the shooting sheds, and then you can hire a person to build your shooting sheds to do those, which is basically a carpentry and roofing item.
Right. It opens it up to more local work.
Right, small contractors and stuff like that.
And there's a plan in place that shows all of it. I think ultimately there's a roadmap to do every piece of that. To be able to highlight it and say, here's your scope is fairly simple.
Okay.
That opens up the door to say we can do that with some smaller grants that are available through CPW as we roll along too. So
the last thing I want to highlight is that I had asked if our public work teams could fill in some of the gaps here. Stoy's response is that probably not. their staff and equipment are not well suited to complete that type of work in an efficient way. That might be something to keep our eye on moving forward. I don't intend to insist today.
I did respond to that, prior to speaking with Carl. I spoke with Carl a little bit more about that this morning, and his response was, really that, it would involve rededicating the time and resources from our typical road maintenance projects to a project like this, which is a pretty extensive project for us to take on. So not only are we not really, that's not our day-to-day work, type of work that we would do. We probably have the equipment and resources to put together to get it done, but maybe not the most efficiently, but also it would really take away from what we're able to perform with typical maintenance on our roadway.
I think one offsetting factor is the commute distance isn't very far for the equipment. It's pretty close. It's a pretty close shot from road and bridge to the site.
Yeah. It's just, I bring this up just to alert the board that it's something that I brought up.
Yeah.
And that, we might keep our eye on that moving forward. We might not, ideally we don't have to have that conversation.
And I'm not dismissing your reasons either. I think they're good. I think it's good. The stuff that Carl said about it involves a rededication from here to there in that moment, and is good. And it's important, and it's also important to think about that the mobilization cost is pretty low. So.
I think regardless, the one thing that will probably involve Public Works is the maintenance of it. With having a gravel parking lot and there just will be some maintenance that needs to be done already. So they'll probably have some work as far as just keeping on top of a gravel parking lot and shaping things up. And so there will probably be some work there, no matter what, just to maintain.
I mean, there's a broader conversation to be had about road and bridge and our parking lots. We currently contract for all of our parking lots, which is something that we probably should be looking at. And I think about just from who manages a contract to put asphalt in the parking lot when we get there. If you already have somebody mobilizing to take care of a road somewhere on this side of the county, does it make sense to add that into a contract? You probably get a big savings out of that. So those are the kinds of things I think when we want to think about this more holistically as an organization, the savings we might find. And that's my last thing I want to bring up. And otherwise, I'm good with this. I'm nervously excited to move forward with this project.
So you're proposing that we approve the right-hand column with a couple of variations, which are the windows, and what was the other one?
Making some effort to harden the pathway to.
Oh, yeah.
Short of concrete to harden a pathway.
Grade a crusher fine path and.
So I think maybe what we need to do is just kind of provide a synopsis of your direction. It's not actually an action item, but we were seeking the direction with respect to where you wanted to see us head, right?
Yep.
So I'm hearing you say, stay within the budget, add the windows. What am I missing?
Go back, research the windows.
Yeah.
And unless you see strong argument that the vinyl's every bit as good in terms of life, which we know it isn't, and efficiency, which it probably isn't, then for $4,000, it's inconsequential. And then a hard pack crusher fine and gravel or whatever. I've done that with pea gravel and crusher fines and mixed to create a stable. Sometimes crusher fines aren't totally stable unless they're mixed on top of and mixed down then into kind of create. You need some kind of aggregate that helps lock into place, usually better than having just straight crusher fine. It's stable.
I know it's within the ADA guidelines for a crusher fine path. And so whatever it is, I think, just like Randy said, it's the under budget cost column with consideration for windows and hardened access to lanes. And do we wish to issue direction today about a conversation with Gilpin County around funding the next phase?
I was already going to pursue that.
You what?
I'm already going to pursue that. I think what we all need to do is get an in-person meeting with Gilpin set up just to brief them on where we're at with this project, and then
they need to know anyway. They're investing in a project, and we're not delivering.
And with an ask for.
We're not delivering what was proposed for their contribution. So
That's a good point.
Although we're putting in the same amount of money that we were already still. So, I mean, nothing's really changed from a budget standpoint. It's just that what we're able to deliver for the money isn't as much as we thought it was, but it will get the closures. But we got to have that conversation now because later on it's going to be a much harder conversation to have.
Can we also ask staff to provide an update to the Sportsman's Club, Clear Creek Sportsman's Club? And I think their membership's very interested in knowing when we're going to get open.
Sure.
Where did they go with their bag of gold?
They haven't gone anywhere, so. You know, I mean, they voted overwhelmingly in a survey, responded overwhelmingly that they don't want to operate that facility. And I wonder how that conversation has evolved.
Yeah, we're talking about private funding. It
Yeah.
occurs to me that they have funding, that they're probably the most interested users of that facility, and maybe we can work something out.
Maybe we can. All the more reason to continue to update them.
Clear?
Got it?
Ms. Mudd?
Yes, the only question I had was about the crusher fines, ADA compliance. I think Brian, maybe, I don't know if I reading too much into his thoughts here, but do we want to do that for all the lanes, or did we want to kind of target, no pun intended, at least the access to the 100-yard lane and a single 25-yard lane? I'm not sure how much cost difference there might be to do all of them versus.
Why don't we find out what the cost is? Because I have a hunch the cost is going to be pretty low.
Okay.
And
I think it's going to end up being a few $1,000s to roll some crusher fines and gravel out and creating a few walkways. So.
Very good.
That's the sense I have too, and I'm happy to not issue direction on that, as in, like, if access to a couple lanes is what can be afforded, great. If you're able to do more because it is minimal to do more, great.
If you're on the fence, bring it back to us.
Minimum, yeah, the minimum acceptable, I think, would be what you just described.
Okay, great. Cool. I think we've got direction. We're going to try and develop a contract with the construction folks and bring that back in a month or so.
Okay.
In August, not quite a month. But.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Cool. Thank you all.
You guys.
Get it, your time.
It would take us, I think it's almost an hour.
Yeah. It's 8:00 in the evening. No, it only feels like.
Hard start at 12:30 with CSU.
So let's take a 5-minute break and start with CSU. Bye, everybody. Okay, we're back in session, and the next item is our 12:30 work session to review the tourism economy and economic analysis performed by Colorado State University. Brian Bosshart.
Thank you, sir. Do we have everybody with us?
Most of them are online.
All right. Well, as the board is aware, we've had a partnership with Colorado State University since sometime in the mid-2000s with respect to staffing an extension office here in Clear Creek. And when our last extension agent left, Chris Kraus, left us, we made a decision not to fund that role, not to fund that program, due to the budget difficulties that we're facing as a county. I kind of continued my conversations with the extension office. Excuse me. Spoke with them at least one of our CCI conferences recently and kind of struck up another conversation about the potential for them to do some work for us. And they reached out to us directly with respect to wanting to provide us some assistance in terms of doing some analysis. So the extension office introduced me to Wooly Wilkins, who is on your screen right now. He is a mountain regional specialist with their Vibrant Communities program. Stephen Weiler is with us as well, I think. Is Stephen with us?
He's there.
Okay. He's a professor of economics, co-director of the Regional Economic Development Institute with Colorado State. Bill Schuster is with us. He's a clinical professor in their management department. He actually leads a student-driven opportunity assessment program on economic development and focuses in on working with rural counties. And I alluded to the fact that there's potential for doing some additional work with CSU if we choose. And that's what that's related to. And then finally, Ong Lee is on the screen as well. Ong is a student working with Mr. Wilkins. And we sat down and met along with Lindsay of our EDC. We met with the CSU people and had a conversation about what might make sense for us with respect to some kind of an analysis project related to economic development that might be helpful for us while completing a project and checking a box for Ong Lee to get graduated from Colorado State. So we focused in on our tourism economy with the understanding that the mine has slowing down its production, ultimately going to close at some point. Obviously has an impact on us, tourism being something that might help us along the way as we look for other ways to fund the services that we provide to our residents. So we kind of honed in on the tourism economy itself. So I am going to stop there and I'm going to turn it over to our partners with CSU to walk through their presentation. Now, Megan, I know you've got the presentation. I don't know, are you operating it or actually it's the other one?
Okay, sorry.
And I don't know if you guys want to start with it open before we get that presentation up there or not, but.
Can you guys hear us?
Yep, we can. Apologize.
Yep, sorry. Trying to get unmuted.
Yeah, and apologize for the screenshot. My internet is somewhat unstable, so just using the headshot saves a little bit of bandwidth.
No worries.
And Brian did a great job in introducing us, so I think we'll just let. Go ahead.
This is them sharing.
Whose screen is that?
Yeah, sure.
This is Amy's.
Will, I'll turn it over to you now.
And can you see the screen?
Yes. Can you see my screen? I'm currently sharing my screen.
Yes.
That's great. Let me see.
This just went out.
There we go.
Yeah. Okay.
There we go.
So, hello everyone. My name is Ong Lee. So I'm a graduate student at the Department of Sociology at Colorado State University. I'm working with Willie and Stephen this summer during the summer internship program to assess economic diversification at mountain regions in Colorado State. After meeting with Brian and Lindsay multiple times to hear about their concerns about local economy in Clear Creek County, I'm very happy to give our presentation about assessment of tourism support fee in Clear Creek County today. Great. And speaking of our motivation, so why we have this conversation of tourism support fee in the first place. So first and foremost, Clear Creek County is facing a dramatic decline in mining sector tax revenue in the last 10 years. So as you can see, the share of Henderson Mine in property tax has dropped from 70% to just 17% in 2022. In the meantime, the net property tax of Clear Creek County has also decreased from 24 million to about 12 million in 2022. Multiple studies in the past have also pointed out that the closure of Henderson Mine will also cause a negative multiplier effect on local economy due to loss of mining jobs, a reduction in annual income, and a reduction in local consumption. We expect that the Clear Creek County will have to cut their public service and public jobs in the near future to mitigate the negative impact of loss of mining sector revenue. And other than the Henderson Mine, we have also identified that lack of economic diversity will pose a challenge to long-term economic development in the Clear Creek County. Willie, can you please introduce more about the graph?
Yeah, so this kind of sparked the interest in economic diversity for Clear Creek, and this is from a report that Reddy created as well as Stefan. And so this just shows, Clear Creek's economic diversity compared to the rest of Colorado. Colorado being in the yellow, somewhere near the 0.1 and decreasing down to a 0.9. So the closer you are to 1, the less diverse your economy is. So that's just a quick introduction of kind of what sparks this conversation. And Stefan, if you have anything to add to this graph, just for context, that'd be great.
No, that's exactly right. This is a graph that we put together. It's available at csuready.org. And the idea is to compare different counties' diversification efforts relative to the state. The state became more diverse. That's the downward slope. They became more diverse over time, whereas Clear Creek County actually became less diverse over time by going up from 4.36 to 0.501. And it's scaled from 0 to 1. So there are not too many counties in Colorado that have become less diversified, but unfortunately, Clear Creek is one of them.
And how are you defining diversity? Is this number of firms? Is this employee count?
It's the difference. It's the number of people in the various sectors. So, and if everybody were in mining, for instance, you'd have a metric of 1. So, but because they're dispersed among different industries, so we use industries as the basis. It is how diverse the employment is across those sectors. And we take the big manufacturing, mining, utilities, transportation, public utilities, retail sales. We all take that separately. We take a look at how big the pie is, and the more equally shared the pie is, the more diverse the economy is. But as one slice gets larger and larger, your economy becomes becomes more specialized, which seems to be what's happening in Clear Creek.
Thank you, Stefan. I love pie. Would you comment on, is this?
I'm sorry, I just lost you.
His audio went out.
Oh, sorry about that.
No worries.
Is this direct employment, or are you accounting for contract employment?
This is direct employment. We have another graphic that we'll show a little later that is gig non-employer type employment. So, but these are wage and salary jobs.
Okay, thank you. The reason I'm pointing that out is we also know that the Henderson Mine, this is for the board, the Henderson Mine has shifted their model from direct employment to using a lot of contract employment. So that's part of that helps explain this change.
That's not in there. Yeah.
But we will get to a slide which takes a look at just contract workers, single non-employer workers, and we can take a look there to see whether we can pick up those mining contractors.
So I have I guess a little bit of a question here is what this, but, and I'm sure there'll be a slide that will explain how the.
You guys keep cutting out. Sorry.
We can hear each other, but we can't hear you.
Right. We've lost the audio for you guys.
Sorry, guys, we're having some Zoom issues.
Oh, yeah.
Gotcha now.
We
So,
gotcha.
can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, so my question is, what this doesn't tell me, and I presume that there's also a slide later on that will tell me this, is what are the different sectors that are contributing the most to this high level of specialization? Is that correct?
It is correct. It is not
Okay.
in this presentation. However, if you go to csuready.org, there is, in fact, a table which outlines each industry and its relative specialization and its growth over the last 20 years. So I'd be happy to do after the meeting an individual consultation on some of those numbers if you're interested.
I am, thank you.
Great.
So we have two issues: the loss of mining sector revenue from Henderson Mine and the lack of economic diversity. And as we can see, these two issues aren't actually separate out from each other. So hence we come to this conversation of tourism support fee. In order to increase tax revenue base of Clear Creek County, we suggest collecting a 1% to 2.5% of tourism sales tax, broadly understood as tourism support fee. Tourism support fee is already prevalent in other parts of Colorado State. For example, Chaffee County has collected a 2.75 tourism sales tax and additional 1.9 lodging tax to fund their tourism development. The goal of tourism support fee is to directly support and develop tourism. In the short term, it will help mitigate the negative impact of reducing mining tax revenue. It will also help provide financial resources to maintain critical public service and infrastructure renovations. We know that Clear Creek County has recently spent a lot of resources on infrastructure renovations, and the tourism support fee could help provide additional financial support in the case if Clear Creek County run out of pandemic relief. And in the long term, the tourism support fee could also be used as the development resources to further diversify Clear Creek County. Some of the options include investment in outdoor recreation industry in order to attract talented remote workers. It could also be set up as a fund to support business opportunities to bridging to and from other mountain communities.
And just as a side note, the lodging tax fee, there are several counties that assess that fee. I saw a news report for Routt County, and they had assessed a lodging tax and generated, I think, $6 million. And so there are examples of counties that are assessing, different fees, and Ong will get a little bit more into kind of what this tourism tax fee looks like and what it would be, what industries it would be related to.
Okay, thank you, Willie. And the real important question is, how much can we realistically expect to collect from this tax tourism support fee? In order to have this assessment, we come with two different approaches in order to have a lower boundary estimate and the upper boundary estimate. The lower boundary estimate, we get this daily traffic data from Colorado Department of Transportation. It tells us how many vehicles pass through Clear Creek County every day from 2017 to 2021. And if we only count 10% of these daily travelers who would stop by Georgetown and Idaho Springs for food and beverages. And we come up with a very conservative estimate of just 1% tax rate and just $25 expansions per vehicle. This would give us an annual tourism support fee of $330,000 tax revenue. And Willie, would you like to give us more introduction about this graph?
So yeah, we just took the yearly annual total, which is that column number 3, took the average and then just took 10% of that. And we realized that 10% is probably very low. And specific to, seasonality, we know that July is one of your busiest months. And so we would expect that there would be a fluctuation in the amount of people that are coming seasonally. So, it was kind of an arbitrary number. And when we get to the next slide, we have a little more concrete of numbers used to come up with what this tourism, support fee might generate. So that was just a low estimate, and we could run, different stats where we're taking into account a 30% or a 50% of that total stop in Clear Creek.
Thank you, Willie. And speaking of next slide, our next method of estimate is based on a breakdown of tourism-related sales data. We gather this data from Lightcast. It already includes all Clear Creek County destinations, not just popular destinations like Idaho Springs and Georgetown. And it includes local resident event in addition to travelers expansions. And it already includes every tourism-related activities like camping and skiing, in addition to food and drinks. This would give us a very detailed breakdown of how much tax revenue would generate from every tourism-related industry. And in total, we would expect an upper boundary of annual tourism support fee, which would give us 1.3 million US dollars based on 1% tax rate. And yes, and this slide will give you a more detailed presentation of breakdown of the tourism-related industries. Willie, can you please do your introduction?
Yeah, so this just gives you a visualization of kind of the top 5 tourist-related, activities. So restaurants, full-service restaurants, bars, hotels, limited service restaurants, and then this skiing that includes, Loveland and the other ski area. So based on that top 5, they contribute about 1.13 in tax revenue at a 1% tax rate if we tax that. And then those 5 make up about 87% of kind of the total of the tourist related services that Clear Creek offers.
Let me add, is it possible to go back a slide?
Thank you, Willie.
Is it possible to go back a slide?
And to our knowledge,
Stefan's. I'm sorry. Yeah. Could you go back a step? Yeah, just one. Yeah, one more. Thank you. So we used 1% as a low rate. It's relatively straightforward to do, for example, 2%, because that would simply double the upper bound. So that would be 2.6 million. 3% would be 3 times 1,300,000 and so on. So it gives you the 1% is our low base, but it also gives you a way of thinking about higher tax rates. I just wanted to highlight that. Thanks, Ang.
Thank you, Stephen. It's really handy. So, yes. So to our knowledge, tourism support fee is very prevalent in Colorado State and the rest of America. A lot of counties already begin collecting tourism support fee after the 2008 financial crisis. And we considered it to be a very viable option for Clear Creek County to increase their tax revenue base. It's a really low-hanging fruit and it would easily contribute over 1 million annual tax revenue based on just a 1% tax rate. It's a very conservative number. Other benefits of tourism support fee would include creating more jobs and help retain talents. And Willie, can you please explore more on this point?
So then the con piece here is looking for that sweet spot. So assessing a tourism support fee that's not gonna scare away tourists or people that are passing through. And this was a concern that Stefan had, as well as having a high enough rate that's gonna be of enough benefit to Clear Creek County and the economy. And obviously, we're not talking about this, and Brian has brought this point up. We're not looking to cover the loss of the mine, but we are looking at options that would help kind of create some more economic diversity for Clear Creek.
So I have a question, or I guess a comment and a question. Over on the con side, the second one, compensating for the loss of mining tax revenues. I think it's well established that we haven't found anything yet.
Do you have any questions?
He's talking.
Can you hear me?
Yep, sorry.
Yeah, so on the bottom end, on the mining tax revenues, I don't think we've identified anything that fully replaces the mine from where it was. On the other side, on the second bullet under pros, it says create more jobs, help retain talents. If our goal is still diversification, what kind of jobs are you talking about creating? Whatever, or that we would use the fees that we gain from this for the purpose of creating a program to stimulate a diversification of the economy to create other jobs so that we can lower the number from the slide that showed our specialization factor?
Yep.
Or
I think that was one of the overall goals, was to use some of this fee to help create some economic diversity options. And Bill is going to actually touch on some of this too with his presentation. So yeah, the short term and long term is to look at increasing the diversity of the economy for Clear Creek.
And part of that answer is, how do you take, if we had that increase in revenue, can you use a portion of that to focus on additional economic development efforts is what really.
Right, economic diversity, economic development efforts beyond tourism. Correct?
Right, correct.
Yep.
And in terms of what industry, I think we're getting to this slide where I can show you a little bit about which industries might be ripe for development.
Yes. Next, we should get to the next slide.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So this is graph Stephen is talking about what could provide some sectors experiencing high growth and concentration, which would help further diversify the Clear Creek County economy.
Right. So, I mean, the basic background is, although you have some large employers, especially the Henderson mine, you also have a lot of contract workers, gig workers. Basically, what economics does is put all of those together into a category called non-employer. Those are non-employers. It's basically that you don't have somebody working for you, you're working for yourself. And what this shows are the various sectors that we've used. And I mean, I realize it looks complicated, but let me break it down for you. The left-right question is, how specialized are you in that particular industry? So if you take a look at construction, for instance, or arts and entertainment and recreation, you are more specialized than Colorado as a whole in those sectors. The vertical, the up and down, tells you how successful have you been in growing your non-employers in the 20% in the last 20 years. And so basically, one of the things that's fairly remarkable, it sounds like the upper right-hand quadrant is the sweet spot, and it's indeed true. You have a large number of entrepreneurs that are doing manufacturing, information, wholesale trade, construction, and so on. Not only are they more specialized as a whole, but they're also growing faster than the non-employers in the rest of Colorado. So this is the way we think about who and what sector can grow. These are sort of, think of this as sort of the seedlings of the economy. Nobody starts a business with employees. Everybody basically starts as an entrepreneur, maybe with a partner, and they're counted in these statistics. But what it is this is a first step towards hiring employees and creating jobs. And there are certain sectors, as you can tell, that are already fairly ripe for expansion. Arts, entertainment, and recreation, for instance, despite that you have the train, there seems to be a lot of people who in the various municipalities along I-70 have already done their own to develop an arts, entertainment, and recreation industry just on their own labor. And to give you a sense of proportion, 75% of all businesses are non-employers. And it shows you just how entrepreneurial not only the United States is, but also Colorado and Clear Creek County. Again, note the fact that almost all the bubbles are above the horizontal line, which means all of them, specialized or not specialized, have been doing a good job of growing relative to Colorado as a whole. So the idea is to identify those sectors which have high growth and concentration, particularly in that sweet spot in the Northeast quadrant. Identify comparative advantages. In other words, which industries have managed to get a foothold in the marketplace. And potentially one use of the tourism support fee is to set up a small revolving loan fund for entrepreneurship. Because entrepreneurship, which is an area I've studied pretty extensively, is the beginning of all businesses. Again, nobody starts a business with employees. You start with you and a partner. As you grow, you realize that you two can't do it alone. It's a pretty big jump. I mean, you have to start paying Social Security taxes, potential health insurance, but that's the way it gets started, is individual proprietors beginning their own businesses. Now, the one thing that you'll note is that mining is almost certainly in the right-hand upper quadrant. The reason why it's not there is a problem called suppression. If there's relatively few operators, but they're relatively large, or if there's one relatively large operator that captures more than 80% of sales, they are what is known as suppressed. So that means that the public data can't get to them. However, if we do an in-depth analysis, we have actually at CSU what's known as the QCEW, the Quarterly Census of Employment and Wages. And that distinguishes every single person working in Clear Creek County. And so we could actually add mining to this graphic. And my sense is that because of all this contracting, that it would very likely land in that Northeast quadrant. I hope that, again, it's not an easy graphic, but I hope it's useful.
It is, thank you.
Thank you. So this will conclude our presentation today. I would like to thank Brian and Lindsay for talking with us and sharing LightCast data. And I really appreciate their insights and local knowledge. I would like to also thank William and Stephen for their support during the whole summer internship program. It would not be possible for me to work out on this report without their continuous support.
And I'd like to thank you guys for having us. Thank you to the county commissioners. Brian, thanks for all of your work and time to kind of work on this. I think, as we transition to Bill and his work, you will get a little bit more of an understanding of how we could work with CSU and Bill and his team to create some more economic diversity for Clear Creek County. So I guess my hope is that this was helpful, but also that we continue to work with you guys in the future. So thank you.
So they do have a second presentation that we want to get to, but want to make sure that you got a chance to ask Conley or anyone else for that matter, any questions that you might have before we get to the second one.
Okay. I don't have, I just have some observations and some questions for, maybe the future. I think I have the answer to the questions though. I don't think we have a mechanism to impose a fee on the tourism industry.
This was to do some analysis of what would happen if there was, if
If we were able
We
to.
equip you with the data you need to be able to go to the legislature to say, you know what, if we had this tax, this ability to do this.
Okay, okay.
Because like the KP 2.75, even though the word tourism is there, it's just a countywide sales tax.
Yeah.
It must be.
Yeah, because
I've reached out to the county attorney there. They don't have a separate sales tax
Okay.
for tourism.
So, but that makes sense. So you're talking about possible legislative proposals,
Correct.
which is very interesting.
So if we were unable to do that, here's what we would be able to.
And it goes back to what you've had on your legislative priority for the last 2 years, which is some kind of a recreation services tax. What would it mean if we had that in place? And that's could be kind of analysis they've been doing.
So it potentially is or is not, for example, a supporting argument for the kind of stuff we've been talking about trying to get done. Okay.
That makes sense. So then the other observation I was going to make is we know the size of our just sales tax base, right? Which is about $2.7 billion. So a general sales tax increase of 1% would generate $2.7 million. But you're talking about a different tax base based on recreation services. Thank you. I didn't understand that when I first read through it.
Also, if I could, if we can go back to, since I see that the slides are still up, if we can go back to slide number 5.
Peter, and sorry.
Right there. So if you notice the bottom 4 lines on the second from the right column where it's the expense column, I think there must be a 0 missing off those bottom 4 cells. I think there's 1 digit too few. Is that correct? Because the number to
Yes,
the right
yes,
of it,
it seems right. Yeah, they don't have the same. They shouldn't have. Yeah.
there should be another 0 on there, so it looks more like the 2 cells at the top. Because what I just happened to do the calculation on one, and I went, that's not 1%, that's 10%. So then I realized that the other one needed to be 10% or 10 times larger. So, okay, thanks. And just thought I'd proofread that for you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Did you guys have any other questions for us?
I don't now, Sean.
I think so. Thanks.
No, I don't. I'll just say I'm very interested in this work. It's exactly the kind of conversations we need to be having around here. So thank you for doing it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I really appreciate it.
If we could go back to that bubble graph really briefly, it's the last slide basically, or the previous last slide. I mean, you folks professional and technical services are a highly paid industry. It's interesting. I think your proximity to Denver makes it attractive for people to set up shop in the county itself to do professional and technical type services. Manufacturing also, I mean, is way off the charts. It's relatively small, but it's, these, for example, outdoor recreation manufacturing. Those are the kind of possibilities that exist within these broader sectors. So it's hopefully this can be a helpful guide, as I said, to what sectors are hot in Clear Creek and can make a real, a really serious or significant impact.
So I have a question for you regarding professional technical services, because that's really very much exactly the kind of stuff that we like to talk about. And it's this: when you say it's proximity to Denver, the advantage of the proximity to Denver is potential customers, clients, market,
exactly,
or potential workforce. Because if it's potential workforce, it has less. It's of less benefit to the county at the end of the day. If we had, for example, someone who employed 10 very highly paid workers and they all commuted up from Denver to that job to work in a nice environment, it would be less advantageous to us to have that. So, yeah.
We have, in that report that I cited, in which this is in, at csuready.org, we do actually have commuting. And not surprisingly, you have a lot of people going up and down the hill from Clear Creek every day, and they cross paths basically on I-70. Professional and technical services is attractive. I think that Clear Creek is close enough to Denver to have the kind of clustering effect, because Denver is highly specialized in professional and technical services. So you have the advantages of a cluster, but in a nice place that is relatively much more accessible than Vail or Breckenridge or otherwise. You have something on this side of the pass, And I think that that is, that's a really productive advantage.
That's it for me.
Thank you. We appreciate the time.
Thank you.
So am I sharing the screen to go forward? Is that where we're going?
I can also do it if you prefer it, but either works for me.
If you wouldn't mind, I'm in Stefan's spot. I live north and west of Fort Collins. My bandwidth is relatively low, so I would appreciate it if you would.
Sure. Is this the correct one?
You got it.
Okay.
You all have a hard copy in front of you of this.
All right, just tell me when to change slides if I haven't already.
Okay, so if you could back up just one step, is the fact that what we're talking about here, I've already talked with, well, definitely Willie brought everybody together and had a conversation with Lindsay of Economic Development and with Brian to kind of get a take of what we do. And this is actually nothing new. Back, Stefan, what, 15, 16 years ago, we did a cluster of these projects out in eastern Colorado, which became the bottoms-up county development for the state of Colorado for economic development we still use. And it was relatively similar where at that point, instead of just one incredible grad student, we had Stefan's capstone class in econ that would bleed data. We would take the data. We would be the boots on the ground and work with the individual counties to drive economic value and revenue value. And so it's something we've done in the past. Jackson County kind of recreated this program for us because they're kind of hurting for certain with every county's got different opportunities and constraints, let's say, and they're being overtaken by high dollar absentee landowners, and the town itself is kind of faltering. So this is kind of a long going thing. And if we can go to the next slide, I can explain what it looks like and then drill down to Clear Creek itself. So what is practicum? So I teach in the College of Business at CSU, and we're kind of a bass-backwards business school where for the most part, our undergrads are rock stars. That's the separators. This is an undergrad senior level class, top tier talent when you look at that top quadrant there. And we get about 180 applications for 16 slots, and then those 16 students are divided into 4 project teams. Much to the chagrin of academics everywhere, students are selected in the interview process by trust because they'll be working directly with Clear Creek County and the people there. And unless we're on site, I'm not around. I've got to be able to trust them. I don't know about you all, I've never had a project that worked perfectly. So when you get knocked down, do you have the grit to get back up? Okay, and recalibrate. And the third thing is, do they know what they're talking about in business? This class is only a project-based class. There are no exams. There are nothing else to get in the way. I do a lot of training. I meet with the students every week, but their project is their entire class. It is a project-based course, and our whole goal is to create solutions for the client. We do one small, medium-sized business. We do a community-based project like this. We do a large corporate, and then the fourth is an alumni-owned business. So those are our 4 projects. So each client is unique, as each student is unique. And we work with you all semester. So it's not where we print out a report. We want to co-produce this. You'll hear me say this countless times. We're visitors. We don't live there. And each county is so unique. I'm a 3rd generation Leadville guy. And I get Leadville's far different than what you guys face, than Park County does, than Jackson County does. And we get the fact that we have to be co-producing with local people in order for it to be owned by the people of Clear Creek County. Have a lot of quality processes, from value stream mapping to milestones to notes to processes and systems. Pretty easy way that we all access this through Microsoft Teams. So we're completely online, because the devil's in the details. And if we don't do the details right, we can't create excellence. And then the whole goal is on an RFP, how do we meet or exceed your expectations? So that's 40% of the grade. I don't care what happens. You know, we went through COVID with a fast growth manufacturing firm that's now public, and we still have to figure it out, just like quote unquote in the real world. So this is kind of the class. If you go forward one slide. I don't use the word economic development because that means so many different things. Like we just rolled out Jackson County and there's no dang housing up there. And Jackson County and Walden's not big enough for spec homes, the amount of land and water they have. So we took a look at a revenue per person quotient and that entrepreneurship quotient, because the ability to move people in and create jobs was not a factor. The Forest Service has 19 open jobs there right now, but there's no housing. The school district is down 3 teachers because there's no housing. So when we say economic development, it can mean different things for different institutions and different counties. So it depends on what you're looking for, okay? And that's the opportunity assessment of how we drive value. So definitely the incredible work that's been done this summer is not left at the doorstep. What it does is allows us, from even the conversations you had, to start to explore, create plans, find groups, and drive this stuff forward. None of the stuff we're talking about, unless you tell me different, which is fine, there's no change. It's small shifts. It's small shifts. You know, hell, I'm getting old, but ever since I was like junior high, the mining industry has been declining in Colorado. And it's small shifts where we get to the point where there's some closures and issues and things like that. Well, if we're going to be successful, we have to do a lot of small shifts, because I get an idea that you're not flush full of cash. High gambling and stakes is not a big deal, or is a big deal, because you're community stewards. Okay. So we're talking shifts in your county to get you pointed in the right direction with initiatives, with short, interim, long-term goals that work together. And we are very action oriented. So what students will literally do is put together, in collaboration with the people they work with in your county, whether that's Lindsay, Brian, Willie, a combination thereof, being on site a few times to interview folks, is saying, how can we drive this forward? Maybe land is at a premium and you can't even get an office complex. Well, I'd rather have, to Stefan's point, an entrepreneur that's doing AI, that's got a $5 million business that works out of their home with that taxable value, than a company of 10 that does $1 million, when, as I've heard, but I don't have the data yet, housing is a little bit of a shortage up there. And so things are action oriented, how we can push things forward, how we can get local ownership groups to take action for the benefit of all. Okay. Once again, we know we're visitors, and each place is different. We were through the other day, we were up in Leadville doing some stuff, and my brother hadn't been in Idaho Springs. My dad actually in the 50s did a state title team at Idaho Springs High School, right? So long history in the past, but things have changed so much. So we get we're visitors. So if you can go next step.
I just want to make one quick comment though. Really appreciate where you're coming from. Part of the challenge is when you focus on local revenues, income data, income growth, doesn't really affect that equation. It's property value growth and it's direct sales growth. Just wanted to point that out so that we know going into this that we're focused on local revenue sources.
Absolutely, absolutely, and that's to like Stefan's point, the difference between someone. I mean, I've got alums that live in your county and telecommute from Lockheed, because Lockheed's growing so fast, they don't have offices. It's a quick, easy hit down 470 to get to Lockheed, and that doesn't affect your bottom line. Exactly. If that person were doing an AI business for Lockheed and telecommuting, same thing, but had that business and is running 3-4 million out of their house because it's asset free, that's a whole different story, because now Clear Creek is the home county. Does that match up with what you're saying?
Yes, thank you. That's exactly what I'm pointing out.
Yeah, for it actually to end up being a revenue source to provide public services, it has to fall into a category. It has to generate some kind of a number that contributes to that. And so when we look at the kinds of jobs, when we talk about economic diversification, as an example, it's really the kinds of operations that we need to categorize to make it actually pay for the services that it generates demand for.
Absolutely, absolutely. And this is just a quick snapshot. There's a lot of data behind this stuff of what we did at phase 1. And this is really tough in Jackson County. Every county is tough because it's unique, because there's no reliable Wi-Fi. Outside of government workers, there is 2 companies there that provide benefits for employees outside of government. There is no housing, and Jackson County is close to nothing, right? So how do you make this work? And we do a process called Porter's Five Forces, and we drill down very, very deep. And we found a lot of opportunity, like y'all were talking about recreation and tourism. At least in Jackson County, the margin is not hunting and fishing. There's revenue, but there's not margin. The margin is actually snowmobiling, because it's too freaking cold in the wintertime. So people stay in hotels where they're hunting. They bring their RVs up and stay on some rancher's land, rarely come into town, bring their coolers full of food. We found in the recreation that the place to drive, which they're doing right now, is snowmobiling, because of what it brings back into town. And it actually allowed some people to have one job versus 3 jobs to fix and maintain snowmobiles. So we'll drive down to those next levels. For example, we uncovered things we never thought of. It was stimuli working with the Stock Growers Association, and $897,000 business was started with beef jerky. I learned a lot about cows, right? And the fact of the matter is, the business can't grow, but A, that's taxable revenue. B, it allows, you're stewards of your citizens. It allows some people to have a better quality of life. It actually allowed the ranchers involved with this to help out the school district, which is struggling, to donate beef to the school district to decrease the cost of lunches. These are the types of things I'm talking about. These are shifts. We found out that when people come back from homecoming, we uncovered a whole bunch of people. We have 39 people on the list in 1 year. Keep in mind, North Park High School has graduating classes of 6 or 7, right? At least at the moment. So think about that amount of people that said, hey, when we come home, this is the expertise we can bring back to your county. Planning, development, working on different ways to shore up houses that have no foundations. But the alums coming from Idaho Springs or Clear Creek High School, we found their senior projects. It's a whole source of labor with people, pride in their communities. You want to build and stay there. CMC community colleges since COVID are struggling like you would not believe. So we've done 8 sessions right now in financial statement analysis for local businesses. Best businesses in the world bleed about 3 or 4% of their revenue. It's just total waste. Best businesses in the world. We were finding business up there that were literally bleeding about 60% of their revenue. And it's not that they weren't smart, it was just a knowledge factor. And so it's bringing groups together. So these are just ideas. Everyone's different about what we do with this data to turn around and choose to drive value based upon what's going on. Everybody's different. Walden has 1 doctor, no prescription drugs, and a whole bunch of retired people, where the nearest place they can go to without a mountain pass is Laramie now, since Cottonwood is kind of 4-wheel drive road since the fires. So these are the small initiatives that we bring forward and push forward across the board. And if you can go next slide, please. And then you start taking a look at these types of things, which we've worked with Middle Park Health already, monetizing pharmacy pooling. That was easier than what we thought. How we can take old-fashioned ranches and the bunkhouses that sit vacant, turn them into apartments for workers. We were able to work individually with a pellet mill up there, and 1 semester, 8 million to 11.9 million, same amount of employees on efficiency and product diversification. How do you deal with what you have? Ugly forest of beetle kill. The contracts with the Forest Service to get that out of there with furniture making. Aspen's a big commodity right now. Worked with Robin Reed in Warner College of Natural Resources and found that Jackson County has the 2nd fastest growing aspen trees in the country. So how do you do conservation around that? So these are all small shifts within the fabric of the community. I'm giving you like a context and understanding that Clear Creek and Jackson are night and day different with what they bring to the table. So if you go, I guess questions, I'm trying to be respectful of your time, but questions on how this kind of shapes out.
That makes a lot of sense to me.
The key is that students run the show, and you guys help us set us up with the right people to talk to and pull together. Why students? Our students are so, if you guys had any clue how much of a privilege my job is, and Stefan, you've been there, back when you were teaching econ, and for some reason, when it's just students and I'm not around, people are so honest. They don't give you the company line, and they don't tell you what you want to hear because they're the age of somebody's kid or grandkid. This is how we can find the real information. Students come up with different ideas because they haven't been there. Remember, it's all modeled and structured, such as, and there's certain things, once again, we don't live there. We have two big things that we weren't able to accomplish in Jackson County. The county doubles in size in the summertime. And they, besides business in selling to those folks locally, they didn't want to do a talent infrastructure of retired folks that wouldn't mind helping out the county for 10 hours a week. You know, the person that created anemometers for wind farms is my neighbor where our cabin is at up in Jackson County. So there were a lot of things we left on the table. We did 3 billboards, advertising services and grants to 2-lane highway. That worked really well. Restaurants had over a 3,000% growth in revenue. If you drive up there now, the billboards are all gone, and they now have been replaced. Instead of services in Walden said, if you vote for the Wolfish Initiative, just drive your butt right on through town. We don't want you. And you can say that's wrong, but I can't because I don't live there. You know what I mean? My livelihood's not threatened by the wolves and things like that. So we're very cognizant continually that we are visitors not to overstep our bounds in your county. And like I said, each county has those types of things, right? Each of them has their types of things. So if you can go next slide. This is a busy slide, but this kind of outlines exactly how it works. And this is more of a, I'm not going to talk to every single thing, but this is to let you know that this is the entire process and system that we walk through. So it's not the, what are we doing tomorrow, right? There is, in order to be creative, you have to have discipline, right? You know, the most amazing artist in the world, and we see their painting as 10,000 brushstrokes we've never seen. So this is the discipline behind everything that happens. Because of Ang and Willie and Stefan, we've got a head start on the data. And unfortunately, because of Henderson, I would assume that there's motivation on your side. We promise you quality. We promise you the best of our efforts. We're not telling you that we're going to bring in $10 million in 3 years of taxable revenue. The community's got to own this. We will do everything humanly possible to put you on the trajectory that you want in co-production. And I think that's the big difference, is that getting to know and to meet people. The Stockman's Grower Group from a year and a half ago is still in contact with a marketing student about how they market their beef jerky. And we want what you guys want. We want community. My motivator big time is I'm a longtime Colorado guy, and it's changed. And there's some great things that have changed, and there's some things that haven't changed. But how do counties and communities stay communities rather than become places? If that makes any sense. And that's a big motivator, is how does Idaho Springs and Georgetown and Silver Plume and everywhere else in that county maintain their identities as you become fiscally stable and grow?
Thank you, Bill. I think what we're hoping to hear from the board is just, does this sound like something you're interested in? Us developing, not sure exactly what a project would look like yet. But that's what we're hoping to hear today, is this something you'd be interested in us pursuing? And
Brian, is it okay if I?
please, up here.
Sorry. Good morning. Yeah, I just wanted to speak quickly to what Bill's been presenting, and of course, in support, very much in support of the work that they do. And this is actually a very competitive process as far as being able to participate in what Bill's students would be doing here in Clear Creek. And so it's a really unique opportunity for us to take part in, especially at no cost to the bottom line, to do this important work. And then, of course, what Willie and his team were talking about, and how do we fund economic development? And so what we get out of what Bill's work could produce that can really help us get going. So just wanted to speak in support of all of this. I think it's a great initiative. I think the students would be welcomed with open arms by the business community and stakeholders, residents. So
thank you.
Yeah, I'm interested for sure. I appreciate anytime people from outside the county take an interest in what's important to us, and I appreciate the student involvement and kind of the history of what's happened before now. So, yeah, I'm in total support.
Me too. Yeah, I'm in complete support of us trying to move forward and figure out, just embrace this process. Probably worthy having a conversation about, an early conversation about what we think our problems are to solve. I think there are some real opportunity areas in our county. Got a couple of municipalities in particular who just are ghost towns in the winter, and trying to figure out how to have customers in those economies so those employers can stay open seems like an easy first step. Well, not easy, right? The challenge is obvious, the solution is not, and that's where I would love to hear, what your students can bring to the table. So I'm all for it. Yeah.
Excellent.
I would add to that, and maybe this seems like outside of the scope of the consulting practicum, maybe it's inside the scope, maybe it's a separate project, but I would love to continue to do work to, and I don't want to take up time now talking about it, but to continue to try to explore what the recreation services base is, right? Like how much volume is being generated in transactions associated with recreation services is something I see an attempt to get here. I have a lot of questions about how it's defined and maybe not jump into that now, but maybe we could set up a one-on-one with the team that did that first analysis, and I could dig into those numbers with them a little bit more.
Sounds great. We can meet whenever you've got some time.
Absolutely, we'd be happy to. And encourage you to take a look at your own report. Again, it's csuredi.org, CSURADI. It's the Economic Indicators Report. If you click on that, you will get to a map of Colorado. You'll find your county. You just click on the county and it'll give you about a 12-page data profile of everything from commuting to the entrepreneurship that we were talking about, productivity, the startups, all kinds of features that you don't always get in standard data formats. I mean, Bill recognizes, data for these smaller places is extremely difficult. And that's why having somebody on the ground makes a real difference. But again, more than happy to talk through any of the pieces that look interesting to you.
Yeah, thank you. I'm aware of your report. I've dug through it a good bit and really appreciate y'all's work.
Oh, thank you.
Bill, anything specific with respect to next steps?
Next steps on the deck, on the PowerPoint deck, is a link to C-State Consulting, where there is an online RFP. It is basic as can be because one of our projects next semester is in Napa, one is with Formula One Racing. And so if I have one RFP on the website to go from Duckhorn Winery in Napa to Formula One Racing in Denver, it's relatively generic. And I don't look at things like a faculty member. I look at it pragmatically. What do you want and what do you expect of us? It's really important that we're straight up at the very beginning, because if we're not, by December, it's not going to work anyway. And so filling out exactly what you all want in that RFP. Willie is a tenacious soul, and Lindsay's absolutely correct. I was at the Park County Fair. Don't even ask me how I'm a celebrity livestock, whatever person, Barbie Garnett on me into it. And I got cornered by two of the county commissioners to say, hey, we've heard about this. Can you do this in Park County? And so it is competitive, but you guys are definitely the choice. So it's not some sales thing, but what do you want? I don't know your county. I don't live there. I don't know people's pains. I don't know the challenges. I don't know what you face day to day. So being straight up and real, getting that RFP to me as soon as possible. We've got the commitment. We can kind of smooth out the rough spots, because I can kind of like take what you're looking at and put it in the academic context, because we, on the dates on the slide, we don't kick off till like about a month from now, the way our academic year runs. And this is a good semester to do it. Our students are amazing, but I've got to use every motivational technique possible in the spring semester when I've got a whole bunch of graduating seniors after spring break because they're human. Fall semester is a great semester to do this because they're ready to rock and roll. And it's also a great semester for weather. It's a lot easier to travel because we would assume at least 2 site visits up there. So that RFP, how you want it filled out and back to me would be fantastic. And then the only other thing, and this is up to you all, you could be the first county that wants to do it different. We have never done any PR around this. We just want to be real. There's so many people that come in and promise all these wonderful things and don't deliver. And townspeople or county people raise their eyes and say, what's next? What's this person going to fill us? You know? So we pretty much done under the covers. You know, it seems to be last 2 counties we've done. It was kind of cool. The students got a full page ad in the Jackson County Eagle thanking them, which is kind of a good sign that the county got what they needed out of there. And lastly, if you want previous commissioners and their take on this, commissioner to commissioner, please let me know. I've got a ton of people that would be happy to talk with you, from Washington County in Akron to Jackson County and Walden, which is a pretty diverse geographic zone there.
That would be great. It might help us inform our RFP, although I mean, I think we're pretty much very interested. What's the deadline for that RFP?
Okay, so here's the deal. We can go with the RFP. It's called Trust. If you're in, I would probably want it by like the first week of August, second week of August. But if you're in, I can count you guys as in, and then we can shovel out the RFP because time is a premium for all of us with competing initiatives. So if it sounds like it's a commitment, that is a go. And so we can probably go clear up to probably say the 14th of August to get that all worked out.
Yeah, I mean, I know that the board can't take action right now, but we can definitely direct our staff to get to work on that RFP and bring it to us as action. If we even need that, do we need
I don't
that?
think we necessarily need action per se. I just want to make sure we're defining a appropriate project, right?
Right, and
So
that
I think
might,
maybe some conversation on August 1st would be good for that.
could you bring us a work session on the RFP on August 1st? Okay, awesome.
And I'm very, contrary to what my wife says, I'm very open-minded. And by that, what I'm saying is, you can say, are we on the right track, and ship it back to me. There's zero judgment across the board. I just want value. And we can go back and forth, and you can ship it to me, even if it's something you wouldn't show to your most hated neighbor. I don't care. And we can do it that way to cut down time. That's up to you. And the last thing is that with that RFP, sometimes we don't marry things. We're up in Jackson County and we have to change about 30% what we're doing halfway through the semester because their courthouse is 3rd floor is where the courtroom is at. And to get people that struggle with steps in, they were using a fire truck and ziplining them into the courtroom for juries. And somebody visited through town and saw that. So we ended up shifting part of our stuff to how to get funding for the courthouse because it was pretty imperative for them to keep that alive and running. We can shift, you know, that RP gives us the guardrails of where we're going. But if you guys find something that's huge or we find a dead end where who knew, we can always shift it later on, just like any other project.
All right.
In business, it's called you have a dependent strategy, but you don't ignore the emergent strategies that come out of all the patterns.
Yeah. All right, we will confer on our end. I'll get with Lindsay. We'll do a work session with our board here August 1st, and we'll get something submitted. But I'm sure I'll be in touch with you guys before then anyway. So
cool. So I'll slot you in. I'll slot you in. It's good to go. And whatever you need from me, my email's on there. And I'm fully in country as of last week, so I'm very responsive. Whatever I can do to be useful. And this, you know, I don't think we could really do this in a semester with all the complexities of your county without Angst and Willie and Stefan and everything they put together. That's going to give us a huge jump start.
good. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you very much.
Thanks. We appreciate the time.
All right. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye. Bye.
I'm gonna restart this video to try and get this one back, sorry. Awesome.
what's next.
Budget.
Yeah. Sorry, guys, I left because I've been trying to, playing phone tag, trying to set up a knee replacement for a few days. And you call and leave a message and then they try to call you back, and if they don't get you, then it's another 2 days till you hear from them. So I had to take that. So that was, yeah, I think it's either that or drop back to the, we've got the open space. We've got Maria here though, so I'm fine with budget if we want to do that next. We're just kind of freelancing right now.
Or isn't the open space a pretty quick one?
It is. It's George's item.
Maybe power through that and then we'll have one more item.
Is there a reason?
If there's some short items to power through, it's that, it's the commissioner updates. I've got about 5 items, none of them are super long.
Well, I don't know that there's a reason to do one before the other. And we've got Maria sitting there with her laptop open and her stuff in her hands, so.
You have a meeting at 3. I'd really like to get our budget kicked off because we're going to do a meeting with staff on Monday, Monday, so.
I know, we just burned up an hour in that last.
So what's the most important thing for Sean to hear and not miss?
I don't know if that's my answer or the other item is at George's, so.
Okay, well, let's do George's thing right now. Maria, if you've got a little more patience, and then maybe we can go to Maria then.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll be fast. We've been talking for years. This was one of the first things the Open Space Commission brought to me when I got elected, changing the ratio of how much money we can spend on property acquisition versus how much money we can spend on management. In a budget retreat, it was pointed out to us that our general fund is supporting management of open space lands today because the open space fund cannot. My very short ask of you all, I asked Brian to put it on the Open Space Commission agenda. He can share what he heard. My ask of you all is that we do 3 things today. We direct staff to formally let the clerk's office know that we are thinking about participating in an election. Peter, I think we can just say we're thinking about participating in an election, right? We don't have to do anything else. That we ask Brian to put on the Open Space Commission agenda another conversation about what their thoughts are and what they think that split should be. And that we ask our finance department to bring us some analysis of how much revenue it has in that fund and, which I think is largely done, but they can rehash it. Those are the 3 things I'm thinking about doing today.
Yeah, I'm good with all those. We've talked about this before, so
Yeah,
this comes up as a surprise.
I agree. And the Open Space Commission has been in support also. I don't think there's any controversy here, so.
No, I don't think so.
Well, I wasn't aware that they came to you.
It was the first thing that was mentioned to me when I was elected by the Open Space Commission.
Because I did raise it at their meeting last week. I think in general, they support it. I think they have some concerns there, and some of the longer term members have concerns over it getting spent on things that it shouldn't be getting spent on. And when I ask for examples, can you give me an example of what that might be? They can't articulate it. Because when I say it should cover the salaries of our trails crew who are out there maintaining open space land, they agree with that. So if they're okay with that, they're concerned it's going to get spent somewhere it shouldn't, but yet they can't articulate where that might be.
Well, we're legally prohibited from spending it on anything except open space management.
And that's what I share. And I share with them that we've got an EMS fund, a road and bridge fund, a human services fund, all that all have some kind of a dedicated tax that can only be spent there. So it's not, this is not new for us when it comes to our financial situation in our books. So they can't articulate.
Yeah, we're not trying to figure out how to find we're not trying to build a fund that we can pave my road with or anything.
Right. I mean, all the money can be used for acquisition. Right now, only 40% can be used for management, right? So.
And we want to change the ratio again, or is that determined?
No, all can be used for acquisition.
60%.
There's some language in there that says it all can be used for acquisition.
Right, up to 40% for management.
Correct. And I mean, in a perfect world, there is no split. And every year you guys decide, we got this big piece of property, we're gonna go buy it, or we're not buying anything this year. But that could make your open space commission a little nervous if there's not a split. So
It could be as simple as, it remains the way it is, except the percentage that can be used for management increases. Or it could be that we mandate a certain amount must be made for management, or there's less available for acquisition. I mean, there are a couple of ways to approach it. And the question is, do we need to define that at this moment before we go to the clerk?
No.
Okay.
No, I think we ask our finance team to do a little bit of an analysis and figure out, what's the minimum split that would 100% cover our recreation trails cost for management of that open space land.
Yeah, but for only their time spent on open space land.
Correct.
In case they're doing other work as well.
But we do need to determine this fairly quickly because we need to bring a resolution to the board for a ballot initiative. We need to have that ballot finalized and provided to the clerk and recorder by the beginning of September. So that only allows 2 meetings, so.
And I'm okay with it. I just think I'm certainly not prepared to make a decision today on what that looks like and how we structure it and whether it's still 100% and a different percent or whether there's 2 different percentages. And I also think it's a good idea if we can at least socialize it past the Open Space Commission to get their feedback on it, and see what they think, have their opinion when we make our decision. So.
I agree. I think that's, all of those 3 steps are important. Notify the clerk, ask finance for some analysis, and ask open space their opinion. And then we can have a work session on it on the 1st, and then hopefully an action session on the 15th, 16th, whatever date that is.
15th.
It's the 15th. I gotta figure out if the Open Space Commission. Why don't you cross it over? Martha's hand is up. We'll have to figure out dates of open space. Do you know what the deadline is in September? I'm gonna assume it's like after the
16th.
Martha's there.
I'm here. 2 things. Our open space meeting is the 2nd Wednesday, so that is the 9th. So, and I think it sort of got what George listed first, but I think Randy just caught it. What the Open Space Commission would like to see is some of the analyses of, are you talking about if we're not doing 60-40 acquisition management, are you looking at 70% management, 30? What are the implications of that? They would like to see some of those kinds of numbers so that they have something concrete to react to. That was part of their concern, was knowing what the mix was.
So if we could have, by the time, we'll have a meeting between now and the 9th. And so if there can be a little financial analysis done between now and the 1st, and especially before the 9th, that they could at least have something to sink their teeth into and think about and offer their comments back, that would be good.
I think so. And then maybe we don't need to talk about it on the 1st. I mean, I think it makes sense to ask open space to take a first crack at it.
Maria, by the 1st?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
September 8th is the deadline.
So we'd have 1 meeting in September too.
Yes.
I might miss that meeting. It depends. The meeting on the 14th is 15th is a big one. I have a choice between the 28th and the 14th for my knee replacement. And so I'm just thinking about being able to make the meeting. That's all. And if it's the 14th, then you won't see me on the 15th.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Thank you. I think we've got that resolved.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you,
That was
Martha.
quick and easy. The next item we'll go to then is the budget presentation from Maria.
Hello, Commissioners. Good afternoon. It's good to be here. We'll try to get through this quickly, but we want to make sure that we give you as much time as you need to ask questions. We want to involve you in this process. Pull up the PowerPoint for me, Megan.
Yep. Sorry, I was fixing the cameras.
Thank you. And we'll go ahead and go into the next slide. This is an abbreviated schedule of the budget. Not all items are listed here. This was just for the packet to kind of give you some of the big things coming up that we felt like you would want to be aware of. Those are laid out there for you. What you don't see in here is community engagement. We're going to ask you about that in a couple of slides because we want to find out your direction and what that looks like for you. What do you want us to do? We also know that Brian will be arranging time, the county manager will be arranging time with each one of you. Once you have the proposed budget book, to sit down and go through really individualized questions and really answer everything for you. Want to make sure you have all the information you need, that by this time in December at budget hearing adoption, that you all have felt like you've gotten your questions answered, you've gotten the research and the analysis that you need to make a well-informed decision. So that's not in here. This is abbreviated, but these are just some of the bigger highlights for you. Next slide, please, Megan. Some of the major variables in our forecasting model that it is important to note because they have such a big impact to the bottom line. We have 14.7% increase in property tax, and that is a 14.7% increase regardless of whether or not referendum HH passes. So referendum HH will be on the ballot this fall, and we'll ask voters whether or not they'd like to make some changes to the structure of how property tax is assessed, a lower assessment rate. But there's also provisions in that bill for backfill. If a county or a district, a small district or a fire district or a town is not growing by 20% after this bill is applied, then there is a requirement that the state backfills that difference. Now, we won't be growing, whether this referendum passes or not, we're not growing 20% with this latest assessment cycle. So we believe that we are eligible for the full backfill. I believe there's enough money available. Finance believes there's enough money available for at least 2024 and 2025. What becomes less certain is in out years after that. This referendum lasts for 10 years, and it's less certain in the future whether or not there's going to be money available to backfill, even though technically they are supposed to be backfilling us. Now, the backfill portion is about $1.2 million, so it's a lot. It does decrease in some of the out years as we continue to grow a little bit. Our property tax base, the backfill drops a little bit, but it's still substantial. It's still important. And we want to do everything we can if this referendum passes to make sure that we lobby the state and we get our backfill. Sales tax we have growing at 5%. Now, here's why we think that's appropriate. We had double-digit increases the first couple months of this year, 15%. Through January and February. And you all recall that we've had crazy inflation in the Denver metro area. And I'm sure some of that double-digit increases in January and February was related to this continuing difficulties of trying to get inflation under control. Inflation has come down. It's hovering around 3% right now today, I believe. And coincidentally, our sales tax is starting to slow a bit too. We are 6.4% up through the first 5 months of the year. If we can maintain 4% for the rest of the year, that lands us at 5% this year.
So the growth is slowing.
Growth is slowing, correct. Our sales tax growth is slowing. It's 6.4% year to date. So I think 4% throughout the remainder of the year for the next 7 months. And I know Commissioner Marlin, you are well versed in sales tax and aware that we have some pretty big months coming up, right? November, December, pretty big months for us. But the summer is pretty important too. Tourism's a big driver. We get a lot of folks here spending money in restaurants over the summer. So summer is also very important for us. But I believe we can maintain this 4% overall through the end of the year and then end the year at 5%. Let's see here. Inflation, we've plugged in 3.3% in our model for 2024. We look at Office of State Planning and Budget. They have several economists that work for them, for the Colorado Legislative Council. This is their best estimate right now for the next year or two. Historically, inflation on average has been about 2.7% for the last 2 decades. Of course, in 2023 and 2022, it was much higher than that, but it's been about 2.7% for the last couple decades. We don't have any new FTEs today planned. We do want to seek your input on what you'd like to see proposed in this 2024 budget. So that could change if you want something different. We do need to catch up on FTEs. We've added for crisis response a couple of FTEs that were not originally in the 23 budget. Someone in the Mountain Youth Network, the manager was moved to full-time. That's fully grant funded. So we need to capture some of that in the budget, and that will be showing when you get that proposed budget, but it's not really new FTEs. These are all FTEs that you knew about and approved and authorized. EPA stands for Economic Pay Adjustment. You may recall at your retreat in April, you all felt as a board that it's important that we plan to give employees regular increases. And so that is built into our model in 2024 and beyond. Next slide. And drop down a couple of curses. We talked about property tax and why that's increasing in sales tax. Intergovernmental. This line item has all of our grant funding for all of our various operations. It also has highway user tax in road and bridge, severance tax, federal forest reserve is in this line item. And you'll notice that right now today we're forecasting a decrease, 7.8% decrease in intergovernmental. Now that is primarily related to COVID and ARPA. We are not expecting in 24 and beyond that we're going to get large influxes of FEMA funding, of the epidemiology grants related to COVID, of ARPA funding. We're done. We've gotten what we've got, and now we're working through spending that money, but we do not anticipate to get that. That is the primary reason why that's declining right now in the forecast.
And if we were to look at a graph that showed us that went back historically further, we'd see that there's a bump for ARPA funding and that's just coming back down, correct?
You are exactly correct, Commissioner. That is exactly right. You would see there was a bump in 2020, 21, and 22, and it's kind of just coming back down to kind of historic levels for us. Charges for services, we are projecting to be flat right now. We are working with each of the departments, the county manager and I, to understand all of their charges for services and really take a hard look at the nexus between the cost of providing the service and recouping that cost. And are we priced appropriately? We've worked with internal services. Their fees are spot on. Their hourly charges are just exactly correct for what we're incurring today. We're going to work with planning and building services next. We understand that they need to come before you with an update to the IBC, the International Building Code, and some of our codes. Coinciding with that, we'd like to bring you analysis of the permit fees and let you look at those. So this number might change, and we want to reassure you that we're going to keep refining this all the way up until you adopt the budget. But right now, today, this is the best information we have available. Next one, please. Investment earnings. We owe you a conversation on this, and on the final slide, we'll ask you, we'll remind you that we're going to need your direction on this. Our investment earnings have suddenly jumped, as you know. Fed Reserve has been raising rates now several times in a row over the last couple of years. And we are allowed to invest our funds in very, very safe things, overnight money market accounts, treasury bills, agency bonds, generally 5 years or less in maturity, which means historically over the past couple decades, the amount of money, the interest rate we earn is not very much, but it's suddenly taken off just in the last year or so. So we believe that although we budgeted 139 in 2023, we believe we're going to come closer to that 500,000 mark. Now, currently, investment earnings are allocated to about 4 county funds plus the library district. We went back and did some research to find out why, but we owe you a conversation. We need to show it all to you on paper, and we need to get your direction about what you'd like to see 2024 and beyond. Next one. Contributions and donations. This is mostly, this 400,000 is in the health clinic fund. There were several promises made by businesses and individuals back in 2020 when that health clinic was first being built. And they were 5-year commitments to contribute so much per year. So this is the assumption of the people that have been continuing with their commitment. They're going to continue with their commitment in 2024. The other 50,000, about 30 of it is in Mountain Youth Network. They've done a tremendous job going out and getting organizations like El Pomar to give donations. And so we're planning for 30,000 there. Commissioner Marlin, I believe you asked about the Wallstrom Quarry. That is sitting in the other line. I need to get that moved up to, so the very bottom line. we have 195,000 for 2024 for Wallstrom Quarry. I need to move that to contributions and donations, and I actually need to create an account to track that specifically. I know you guys want line of sight on that, and you want good visibility and transparency on that.
That's the Nicolaton.
I'm sorry?
That's the Nicolaton.
Yes.
Correct. Correct. The other item related to the Wallstrom Quarry is property tax. We've analyzed property tax quite a bit for the quarry and how it gets paid and calculated. They have kind of a market rate type calculation, and it's based on the tons produced and sold, similar to the way the Henderson mine is calculated. As of the moment, we do not anticipate a change in property tax generated by that. If you recall the hearing, and I believe it was Alfred Jr. here speaking, and he said for today, they don't plan on substantially changing the production levels. They may in the future, but for now, production is going to stay very similar. So when we were walking through the model together, the county manager and I mean, it would take a really big change in production levels, the tonnage being produced and sold off every year, in order to make a noticeable difference in property tax. And we don't believe we're there yet. So for now, today, all we have in the financial model is the contribution for the moment. All right, next page. Okay, here's our general fund financial outlook. You have seen a graph like this or a variation of it several times. In fact, you saw one at the retreat. This is very good news. We've had a very positive change since the retreat in April. We still we're not structurally balanced. We're working towards it as hard and as fast as we can. But what's happened here is our fiscal cliff is no longer the end of 26, beginning of 27. Our fiscal cliff is now after 2030. So we've bought ourselves quite a bit of time. Some of the things leading to this positive change is the increase in property tax and the expectation that the state will backfill us. Secondly, we have the change in payroll software, pretty significant cost savings built into here, the contribution from the Wallstrom Quarry, and some positive expense changes downward in benefits expense related to some efficiencies and things that have been fixed. Sorry, my throat's getting dry. So as I said, we're striving for a structurally balanced budget.
Do you, on that last slide, how would you describe your property tax, like your assessed value growth beyond next year? I mean, I know we had a big jump.
Thank you, Commissioner. I forgot to talk about that. I'm so sorry. I don't know what's happening with my voice.
It's more
It's
water.
very unusual. I need to sing or something. Yeah, probably, Brian. So the residential property tax is growing on average of 3.73% per year through 2032. Now, we only have an assessment every other year, right? So you tend to have a decent property tax swing every other year. But keep in mind, we have Bighorn Crossing is being built, and that gets added to the property tax rolls in the year that property gets sold. We have commercial development happening. So if we look historically at our property tax base, going back to say 1999, we do grow about 3% a year, even though population isn't really changing. So this has different varying levels from one year to the next, but on average over that 10-year span, about 3.7% a year.
And so that's what you're projecting?
Correct. Now, commercial is different. Commercial is an average of 4.6 over the 10-year period, again, based on the last 20 years and how we've grown and some of the changes that might occur. We have a different variable force, mining metallic and mining non-metallic, right? And those have different things going on. And again, that's based on historic, but it's also based on things we know that are coming up and that are happening. In total, all property tax combined, over the next 10-year period, we have an average of 2.25% every year over the next 10-year period.
Include all things combined, including mine by proceeds.
Correct. You are correct, sir. I think we talked about a structurally balanced and some of the positive changes. The only other thing I wanted to mention on here is we are exploring for you the possibility of a 911 partnership with somebody to help reduce our costs. We're not done with that. We don't have an answer for you. We owe you that, but we're working on it. And that could have the potential to significantly help this picture also. So we want you to be aware of that. Okay, so looking ahead, we have a meeting coming up on Monday with the leadership team. They're going to be invited to have their staff come and ask questions about the development of the budget and the process moving forward. We want to make sure that you are reassured we're going to keep refining this forecast all up until the budget hearing date. We know we're going to learn about things. We're going to learn about grants and changes, and we will incorporate that into the forecast. What we need from you. We are accumulating a bit of a fund balance in our tourism, our lodging tax fund. You recall that last fall voters approved a change in how those funds can be spent. So we're accumulating some money now that can be spent on housing. So what does that look like for the BOCC? What would you like us to budget of what's accumulated? Are you ready to make any decisions or give direction to the county manager? We owe you a discussion on investment earnings. We plan to bring that to you on August 1st. Tell you what's happening, give you our recommendation, and let you tell us how you'd like things to move forward. We'd also like for you to weigh in on projects and programs. We have a lot of balls in the air. We don't have enough staff to do everything that we need to be doing. A lot of things are important. We rely on you to prioritize for us. And if there's something on your horizon that you feel like we aren't doing that you really want us to be doing in 2024, what is it that we can stop doing in order to be able to do that next high priority item? And then, as I said, we would revisit community engagement. We don't have a specific time frame or timeline or dates plugged in for community engagement. Back in April, when we visited with you and showed you that balancing act software, we thought that we would meet with some community groups. Subsequent to the April meeting, some things have improved, right? Some of our financial picture has improved. Things look more hopeful for me. I feel like we can work really hard to solve this problem. We've bought ourselves some time to solve the problem. So then what does community engagement look like for the BOCC? What would you like us to do? And we'll rely on you to give that direction to the county manager. One more thing on community engagement. We briefly showed you at the April retreat the taxpayer receipt. Anyone can go on our website, put in like their home's value, a couple of other variables, and they will get a receipt that shows them this much of your property tax is going to the county. This much of your property tax is going to your school district. This much is going to Idaho Springs if you live in Idaho Springs. That should be live on our website this afternoon. We are working on that right now with Nevin, the intern, and he is really helping us get it live. So that's there for community engagement and available. That's it. That's my presentation. Questions?
So should I interpret that list of things BOCC direction is needed is that upcoming work sessions?
Investment earnings is definitely an upcoming work session. To the extent you want them to be, right? To the extent you're ready to talk about the housing funds, I mean, that's really your decision. I mean, I don't know what we would bring you to gear you up for that conversation. I'm gonna let you know what kind of money we're collecting in that fund. I mean.
And to talk about where to dedicate it in the 2024 budget.
That's true.
Yeah.
I mean,
which is in there.
does it actually get budgeted in the 24 budget, or is it something we bring back later?
It's spilling off about 150,000 a year for something other than tourism promotion.
And I apologize, I walked out at the very beginning, but I know she walked through she pulled out some very key dates in our calendar for budget, right? And this is just the first opportunity of many that we'll be talking about this, obviously.
Okay. So, I mean, I guess I'll just turn that into an ask. That seems like a nice list of things to bring us work sessions on, programs and projects. I think we have an upcoming retreat. Maybe we want to discuss if you bring us a list of all the stuff we've tasked you with for some prioritization.
Yeah, we don't have that on the calendar yet, but.
And I don't know, I mean, my preparation for this session was pretty extensive because I interpreted it as the last chance for the board to have input on this process prior to getting a budget proposal in October. Given the time of day and how do we want to proceed? I have a number of comments that I'd like to make as early as possible about things that should be under consideration for our budget.
I would suggest throw them out right now.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I looked at this and thought to myself, this is kind of the first official kickoff of this process.
Yeah.
Correct. I mean, we can schedule additional work sessions to talk about budget. I mean, that's.
Should we just do another work session on the first to talk about this, or should we?
How much time?
Are you asking me?
Yeah. Well, whomever. No, not just to you.
As in, like, how much time would it take if I went through all the things I decided I want to bring up?
Well, or any of us may too. I mean, and have comments about them. Yeah, I'm not settling this on you because it was in response to you. I'm just wondering how much, in answer to the question, I was wondering how much time would we need for that? Do we need an hour, hour and a half? Do we need 30 minutes?
I think it'd be nice to have an hour. I went through my notes. We had a lot of comments last year on the budget, and they were too late for them to be implemented. And the way to avoid that is to
talk about it,
bring those comments back into the conversation either now or on the first.
Put them now if they're top of mind. I mean, to
Well,
the extent you have time.
I got 3 hours of sleep last night. I didn't get to my house until after 2 a.m. coming from the East Coast, so I don't have an hour left in me.
Okay.
So let's do
but like 5 or 10 minutes just to sort of like give us a little preview about what's on your mind.
I can give you a preview. This is basically, I went through my notes from last year, and then maybe we can schedule an hour on the first. Is that
Sure.
Okay. The things that we were discussing were, there's been a lot of conversation about road and bridge and the materials delivery program and whether that can fit into the budget, how it could be done differently than it was last time we were doing it. I know there's been a little bit of email traffic about that. I would like to ask for that to be part of the budget conversation this year. There was, I'm just clicking back and forth between documents here. There were questions about facilities and how we're approaching long-range maintenance costs and how we're having our hands wrapped around those kinds of capital expenses and including them in our forecasts. I would love to have that be part of our budgeting this year. We have not had a deep dive on the transit budget, which I think we have mixed opinions on, and I think there's an intent from me, and I think definitely Randy and some from you, Sean, about trying to keep that program alive. And what can it look like? I think changes have been made, but a formal presentation about changes that have been made and options moving forward.
That's on me. You've already asked us for that and we've not brought it to you. So that's completely on me.
Okay, well, that's one of the items.
Yeah. We talked about investing in process improvement, and bringing outside eyes in to take a look at our processes. I sent a heads up to the assessor in the clerk's office. Do they think they would benefit from having outside eyes look at their processes for process improvement? I know that not road and bridge. I was just looking at Carl. I know that planning and building is undergoing some changes right now. And we might want to get eyes on that new process once it's complete, to try to see what we can yield in terms of long-term effectiveness. The narrative around planning and building has been that they're understaffed, and having real answers to the question about whether they're understaffed or need better processes will help that long-term budget conversation as well. We had a conversation about how many vacant positions we're willing to fund in various offices. And that's a conversation that we need to take back up. I learned, for example, in Gilpin County, they have the same conversation. And what they do over there is they fund one vacancy in a department where there are vacant positions. And then when that vacancy is filled, there's always the opportunity to come back and ask for a supplemental appropriation. to add a vacancy so they can continue to recruit. That seems like something that we should discuss.
I think that sounds reasonable.
I have a question in here about license fees in the attorney's budget and the fee amounts for license fees in the attorney's budget. That is just in my notes. I don't really quite remember the context because it's
My
in
guess
notes
is
from a
is
year
that it
ago.
relates to marijuana licensing fees and liquor fees and to see whether marijuana fees could be increased. And we are constantly looking into that.
Okay. We had a lot of conversation about the jail and federal inmates. I think that this year is our opportunity to have that conversation, be the result of on paper analysis about whether the federal inmate program is something to be invested in or ended or what level it should be maintained at. IT, very interested in, I know like it's not mature yet, but I don't know based on timing if this new IT director is going to be able to bring us a budget that looks different on IT, but we discovered in the last budget session that we were spending about double what other counties do.
It had to do with redundancy, running two different IT systems.
And that's related to, our conversation about E911, which is already on the list of things to bring us. I know that this is a long, exhausting list, and so I think the bringing it up now is the right approach. I think that's it. So those are some of the things that we might want an initial conversation for the board to think about, like which of these are actual opportunities, which of them are not.
Yeah, I'd like to, if we can have that sent, it's now part of the content of this meeting. So if you could send that list to Brian and have him send that out to us, because there may be other things, I didn't come anticipating us having that discussion today and having lists and suggestions about about our wish lists or anything. And so I'm not prepared to add anything to it, taking longer, but if we could do that, then we can be prepared on the 1st or whenever we want to talk about it and have that conversation. And, okay.
I know the last thing is there value in going to digitizing our document retention and our document management policies. That's another thing. And my intent here is to not do the disservice to this organization we did last year, where the first time we discussed the budget was when it was too late to implement some of these observations.
Mm-hmm.
And so
I don't have a problem with that. I'm just saying that we didn't socialize this concept of this conversation today, and I'm fine with having listened to it. That's a good preview. If we can get that in writing, and then that'll stimulate some thought about some other, pet things. So that we can all add to that list and send it back into Brian and Maria and be prepared to talk about it on the first and or 15th.
Yeah, the last 3 or 4 budget cycles have all been healthier than the one before it, but I totally agree. Talking about things, IT was a good example, right? Where we had staff go do some last minute research and came up with some interesting things. And it was, like George said, it was too late to really do anything about it. And it's not too late to do anything about it. And I think we have the potential for this to be a much better process than last year, which was the best one of my time here so far.
I think you put it the right way.
And so we can make that better. And because we just picked up a couple of flaws in the way last year went, which is not necessarily, I'm not poking fingers. I mean, it just means we need to be engaged and able to, if we're going to have some brilliant ideas, we need to have them early enough to make a difference. So.
Yeah. And I mean, some of these decisions, I believe, kind of take board involvement for there to be momentum behind it. And
for direction or something.
Yeah, exactly. So thank you for indulging that. And that's all I have. Otherwise, appreciate the team.
All right, so we're coming back August 1st. We bringing you anything on August 1st? Is this just gonna be a continuing discussion on building FY24 budget?
I mean, I think if you could bring us thoughts on those items, And we could try to kind of go through them and figure out which ones shouldn't be on the list. I assume there are items that shouldn't be on the list there.
You mean up to the list you just gave or
Yeah.
something? Yeah. Well, a lot of what you said, some of them are a couple of pets of mine that have been since the time I got here that you mentioned the Marshals program, and I think it's a legitimate topic of discussion. And because it depends on what the future of the jail is, and in any of those different futures that figures into it, because you can't predict what any of those are. Obviously, I don't think there's a Marshals program if we were outsourcing the jail, as an example. But even with one, if there's to be a change to it, then to the facility, then that bears on remodels, new jail, anything, because you build with the capacity you anticipate.
Yeah, and these are just, this is my notes from 2022 incorporate all of our comments and thoughts. And so that was just what my notes said was left hanging.
And to answer your question, Brian, looking at the BOCC's direction needed housing funds, as much as we've ever expressed preferences before, I think maybe just like a high level view of what's been discussed or decided before. I think in that case, probably not much, but you said 150K a year. When did that start? How much is in there now? Just kind of a little bit of information. It's probably as much for the public as it is for us. Investment earnings, are we talking about now we have 5% growth on our reserve and it's new money, and what should we spend that on? So it's kind of two things. What is the new information? And then what are you asking for? What kind of direction do you want? Same and then community engagement's, I think, one where I would hope that staff, or ask staff to put your heads together and come up with some ideas for us to react to.
Yeah.
Okay.
A lot of what George just listed falls kind of under that projects, programs, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
I mean, when it comes to community engagement, are we going out before we build the budget? Are we going out to present a proposed budget that you guys got in your hand so they know what it looks like? That's.
Yeah, I think that's an area that we really could, I think we're meeting our statutory obligations by having some meeting that no one shows up to at 6 o'clock, certain days of the year, but I think the public deserves a lot more than that. But I don't know the answer to your questions. I think that's what we need to get some recommendations for.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'll notice though, as fast as things got better, things can get worse again.
Of course they can.
Yeah.
Without your eye on the.
So the main two things that Maria can take away from this are we're going to have some really brilliant ideas we're going to send you. And then we'll talk about this some more, and also that the budget process is better than it's been in the past, and of course we know what that's due to. So,
Thank you.
so I think the last two items we've got, unless I'm missing something here, are commissioner and manager updates.
And there is an exec session. If you just give me
one more exec session.
5 minutes.
Understood. Are we going to close with the exec session at the end of the meeting, like our? Yeah, okay. So let's start with commissioner updates. Throw it up in the air. Go for it.
I'll start. First off, CCI measures, just want to let you know those two were presented on. I dropped the short-term rental impact fee is not really an option. The legislature can't just deem that we can give them fees that equal the difference between commercial and residential assessment rates. It was a cute try, but died fast under proper legal advice. So I presented the other two. The shooting bill, got mixed feedback on the shooting bill, got mixed feedback on the occupational tax bill. There was some interest there. There's a lot of concepts that are related to that around county fiscal policy. So, and in the interest of brevity, there was a whole other list of other proposals. One that we might be particularly interested in, especially you, Randy, is talking about reforming oh, what's this? It's not relevant, really.
Oh, you mean the construction defense?
Thank you,
defects thing?
construction defects.
That's one that's come up very often, and I believe that bill is to make the construction defects bill a little bit less onerous is the intent, and some people are going to be afraid that it's going to allow the dirty, rotten builders to do shoddy workmanship or something like that. Bottom line is it's just a fact, and it's pretty hard to change, that there are a couple of industries involved there, and one of them is the legal industry, and one of them is the construction and development industry. And as long as I've been a contractor, I have refrained from working in the, I've been unable to afford to work in the multifamily home business in condominiums. It's impossible to get into the business, and the reason is because of class action lawsuits that get filed. It's, kind of like when the something goes wrong with your car and you got a million people out there and you get everybody there. Everybody gets $1.98 and the industry gets hit. And there's one attorney that walks away because he had a million clients at one time. Same thing with this. That's what happens in that business. So you can't get the insurance. General liability insurance forces you out unless you're really, really large, and it makes it very difficult to get into that area. Yeah. So it's a fact and it exists. On the other hand, you need to have construction defect protections as well.
So yeah, I want to give you a heads up about that because I knew you'd be very interested in that conversation. The other one that's worth mentioning is Prop 123 funding. As it exists right now, it's pretty hard for counties, especially counties like ours, to qualify for those funds. We're proposing a change to Prop 123 bills.
No, I just moved a half hour.
So that's the other one. The next item on my list is we were alerted of an outbreak of poison hemlock in Idaho Springs. I'm asking our staff to take a look at what our obligations are there.
Can we have Carl come up and share with you? He's got some answers for you.
Yeah. My intent was to be brief and just give the board a heads up, but yes.
Yeah, we've all got the answer.
No, this shouldn't take too long. And I apologize. I should have tried to close the loop with an email back to Brian and to George about the conversations going on with the residents in Idaho Springs. There were phone conversations happening at the same time. So I've actually met with the same group that reported to the state and both the county and the city of Idaho Springs the issue with the poison hemlock. And it appears most of that's on private property. There is some city property up there too, but it's behind that row of houses between First and Second Avenue, which I think you've looked at as well.
That's technically private property. It's just owned by the city, right? It's not like national forest land.
True. Yeah. And in the past, our weed team with when we had a director and somebody that was working with the communities to do that kind of work, with the approval of the homeowners, we can do work on private property. I'd have to look back at what the structure was for getting reimbursed for that kind of work. Because we did work for the municipalities too, to some extent, because Idaho Springs in particular did not have a staff to do that kind of work. So moving forward, we can either look at trying to revisit posting a seasonal position as a weed specialist for the county, or what we've done just in the past 2 to 3 years was engage with Summit County and have them do some of that work in our right of way. It just comes down to what we're willing to put out for cost to stay compliant with what the state requirements are. But with that email linking straight to the state, Patty York responded very quickly and had an answer for the residents on how to best mitigate the hemlock that was in the yards at that point in time. And over the last week, the residents that sent the report to us spent several days cutting and bagging all of that they could get into, minus a couple of yards, because the residents, it's a flowering plant, and some people see anything that grows in the mountains as a flowering plant as something worth keeping. It is somewhat a dangerous plant. It's on the it's on the C list. The two main ones that the state looks at are the A and B lists. Hemlock, there isn't a lot of it, so it falls on that C list. I did some research of myself on that and talked with Patty a little bit, like emails from her on a weekly basis. But so the weeds, at least at this point in time, were mitigated to knock that down to a smaller patch than it is. The city of Idaho Springs, their public works engaged with the residents and picked up all the bags. And then we had it all disposed at the county transfer station. So it went into the landfill down in Broomfield, which is what the state requests we do with that. And the county still takes the Swedes at the transfer station for free from any homeowner that wants to mitigate their own yard. That's something we've done since that resolution was passed. But at this point in time, I think the residents feel like they got as much done as they can. I followed up with them and I have all of the literature and the information that the state sends out to do some more educating of the rest of that neighborhood so they know what's in their backyard. So that's one thing we can still do to follow up on that. I also reached out to the weed team that we had contract with in Summit County and just discussed whether they're seeing that same plant and if the item they're using to shoot their right of ways and our right of ways will work on that hemlock as well, so we can look at mitigating that in the future.
Yeah, like spring.
Yep.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you for that update.
Sure.
While you're up here, I'll just go to the next item on my list. We all received an email complimenting our road and bridge team in Brook Forest. I just wanted to take a couple seconds to shout them out. Jeff, the supervisor over there, and Steve Dembo are described as the most competent, timely, and skilled team that's ever worked in the very difficult conditions in Brook Forest Estates. That's a very high compliment, and just wanted to state it publicly. And thank you for, your part in building a great team on the bridge side.
No, I appreciate that. I don't know what the conversations were around that, but I did share that with staff and move that up to you guys too, just so we balance that out a little bit once in a while.
Yeah, we noticed too, and it's always good to receive emails like that.
Yep.
Next thing on my list, I'm going on a road trip. I'm leaving probably Wednesday night. I'll be Zooming in from my sister's house in Pennsylvania on the 1st, but I'll be here for the full day and be back on the 3rd. Next thing on my list, Troy Erickson, our adult protective services person, was mentioned. He made the news as what was the news agency? He was a hero.
It was Denver 7 local heroes or.
Yeah. Okay.
I can't remember what they call it now.
I'll find it.
So, I mean, there's a really nice clip online.
No, it's called something else. It's called, I can't remember it.
And I just wanted to shout him out.
She's finding it.
It's an awesome thing for anybody in our community to be getting that kind of news for their positive work, and he does positive work all over the place. So thank you, Troy. Last thing on my list, I've been participating in conversations with municipalities that have, and counties that have use tax on construction materials. This is something that we don't impose here in Clear Creek County. Or have not proposed to the voters. And I had always been aware that it was an option and kind of hesitant because I thought, why increase the cost of housing construction when you're in the midst of a housing crisis? What I learned the other day is that there's an automatic exemption when you pay a use tax on construction, and you pay this when you get your building permit. There's an automatic exemption from sales tax in the jurisdiction that they're buying it from. So it does not increase the cost of housing construction. It just shifts those revenues from the Home Depot that they're buying it at in another county to our county. So I've asked our staff to bring us some initial analysis on this so that this is something that we can think about. I don't know if there's much value there. I suspect there's not a ton, but I wanted you guys to know that I've become more interested in that conversation, and am asking staff to do a little bit of initial work.
Is that your last item?
Yep.
Okay, I think I'll go next just because I want to address that. That's a common practice for what a lot of people have done to save money on materials is purchase those materials for construction in one county to be delivered from somewhere else. And when they deliver it from somewhere else, from one county to another county, the only amount of tax that's collected, the tax isn't collected here for the jurisdiction that it's in over here. And so so what happens is a person is able to pay only, for example, county and state sales tax, and they can save a few percentage points off their material package by having it delivered from out of county. If it's purchased within your county, and of course, we don't have a place for that now. So if you go to Home Depot and buy something and to bring back to Clear Creek County, obviously you're not going to be able to collect a use tax on that. What you're going to collect a use tax on is materials that are delivered from Home Depot to your county on a truck. Because then they become exempt from the municipal tax, for example, if it's coming out of a city. So you can order from a big lumber yard in Denver and they'll ship it up and they won't collect the sales tax down there because they're delivering it somewhere else, but they'll collect only the state tax. So they get out of the county and city taxes by having it shipped up from Denver. But if you have a use tax, you can collect those county and or city taxes if the city has the same measure in place. But picking something up at Home Depot, they don't know where you're taking it when you put it in your car if you pick it up.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
there's really no way to collect a use tax on stuff that people pick up in their own vehicles and their own trailers over there. And Home Depot, as an example, is outside of municipality. There's no city tax over there. There's only state and county taxes.
The way these jurisdictions are talking about doing it is a best practice, because there's they all do it differently, and there's going to be a conversation about how to make it more uniform, is when you get a building permit, you estimate your materials expense and you pay it right then. So I don't know, something to look at. Wanted you guys to know that I've become interested in that. That's all.
It was Everyday Hero.
Everyday here.
Yep, sorry. We were close. We said local hero.
Local hero.
I had a quick update. Someone sent me a copy of a letter that Idaho Springs city attorney sent the school district, essentially giving them a cease and desist notice for the construction at 103. And I know that there's some continued concern in the community about that expenditure for the bus maintenance facility.
Yeah, I saw that too. No permits, no land use approval.
No water taps.
I think there's some controversy around whether a land use approval is actually necessary, but definitely need permits.
Yeah.
So, thank you.
What else?
I don't think I have anything else.
Yeah. So I've just a couple of three things. There's been a lot going on, obviously, because we haven't met for a while, but I'm just going to knock off a couple of things. One, because it's kind of humorous, and you guys had a little bit of an update on it before. I've met with CDOT's Abby Madafari, who is taking over and going to provide from now on for the collaborative effort, all stuff going on there. On behalf of CDOT's going to start picking up the tab and providing a person to do the facilitation work. I think it's actually it was good to have an outside facilitator and administrator in Steve Coffin, but I think our relationship with CDOT has progressed positively to the extent that this is just an opportunity to improve that collaboration and that work going forward. So that's a good thing. Also, coming out of that, and she attended because she wants to be part of it. She's a young person with an eye towards a pretty futuristic transportation system, which is good. She makes her a good partner for us. She's I met with Federal Rail Administration people yesterday, 3 of them, about emerging technologies, and they're giving us some leads on some other people to talk to help refine our understanding of different transit opportunities we might look at in the future. The only other item I have, it's got 3 sub-items on it. The Mount Evans Collective, I went to the most recent meeting of that, the July meeting, and I noted that CPW was not in attendance, and then I realized they hadn't been in attendance before, and I asked them if they'd been coming, and they said no. And I said, were they invited? Because they're dealing with wildlife on the Mount Evans area and management. They've got these different land management folks in there. And they said, no, we've got the folks from the Denver Zoo. And I said, well, CPW has the not only the authority, but the responsibility for managing wildlife herds up there. And also, they hadn't made any moves yet towards tribal consultation with regard to their facility enhancements they're looking at over the next couple of 3 years up there. And so CPW is interested in coming, and so I've made that connection through to them, between them and Denver Mountain Parks, who's kind of grabbing a little bit of leadership role in that, because there's a lot of volatility and turnover in temporary district rangers for our district right now with U.S. Forest Service. So I just am trying to ride herd on that to make sure that they do have all the right voices in the room when they're talking about redesigning, and we are invited into the room, although we hadn't had byway, scenic byway participation, we do now. And the funniest part that came out of it was one of the on the ground items they came up with was that, and I think I mentioned it before, that they had noticed that the mountain goats up there were licking and actually even eating the pothole patch material out of the potholes. And so the potholes were already opening up again. These goats were eating it, and it's created a problem with more people having contact with mountain goats, because the mountain goats are all on the road now, and also in the parking lot where they've been getting into the patches. So I asked CDOT, I said, well, this is a pretty simple one. Let's ask what the patch mix is. So the CDOT person that was in charge of the general region sent me their 3 different cold weather patches, and I was assuming we'd find out it was salinity and the patches for cold weather patches. And he sent me 3 of them, and I didn't see anything except petroleum products, and I couldn't understand why they'd be attracted to that. So I said, tell me what the last one was that you used, because that's where the change happened. They said, this is the first time this has happened. We've never seen it before. And so he checked in with his staff, and he sent me yet a 4th one that he'd found that he didn't realize, and it was called an eco patch stuff that was built especially to be more environmentally friendly. And instead of using petroleum oil products in it, they did have asphalt as a small part, and the rest of it was limestone. And then beyond that, it was canola oil.
Chicken wings.
It was, pretty much. It was everything out of your garbage can was in this mix.
French fries.
It was canola oil, palm kernel extract oil, another kind of vegetable oil, and tallow, which is animal fat. And so it's basically what people are using for biodiesel. And when I researched those to see what kind of effect they'd have, a couple of them have been used to fry vegetables for humans because it improves the taste. And I thought, well, it probably improved the taste of the asphalt as well. So we did get with CDOT. The good news was we caught this literally the day before they were heading back up for 2 more days of patching. So they switched back out to their hot mix, all petroleum, and they're not going to put it down anymore. They thought they were doing something environmentally friendly, and instead they were basically poisoning the mountain goat herd on the mountains. So I just thought I'd share that with you because it kind of tells you a lot about unintended consequences.
Yeah, I never thought I'd meet anybody that had a broader range of things they'd eat than me, but
Well, you might go up and lick the patches, some of the older patches up there on the side of the hill.
you saying I should go try it out before I
Yeah,
judge
sure,
them?
you might like it. You might like it. That said, I think a manager update.
Real quick, I've mentioned this before, but I'm gonna be on vacation October 5th to the 13th. That feels like that's right around the corner at this point, so put that in the back of your head. As the board is aware, we did cancel the purchase of the mobile home contracts that we were negotiating when we did not receive the grant from the state. We have a scheduled meeting with we invited all of the mobile home park residents to a meeting next Monday, 8 a.m. in this room, where we're just gonna brief them on what happened, on the fact that housing is still a priority for the board, et cetera, et cetera. But just wanted you to know that we're gonna be meeting with those residents. That meeting got postponed once Amy went out, and so we just got that rescheduled for next Monday. And by the way, I did speak with Amy last week. She sounded wonderful. She sounded great. So sounds like she's progressing nicely. And then finally, I did receive a letter from, and which I will get to the three of you, and Peter and I still need to talk about it. A letter from Central City with respect to the fact that they are forming an urban renewal authority. And why that impacts us is because they annexed into the county for the Bob Young Quarry, and that's the part they're creating into an urban renewal authority. And they gave us all of 2 weeks to make up our decision on what decisions we want to make with respect to the urban renewal authority, which I think is, quite frankly, is a little ridiculous to give us 2 weeks just to make that kind of a decision. No, it's time to negotiate what this looks like, moving forward, et cetera. So again, Peter and I have not even had a chance to talk. So I suspect this is probably going to be an executive session in 2 weeks, if not sooner, depending on this issue of the deadline, et cetera. I'm trying to make contact with the city manager there and have not done that yet. So that's just kind of a heads up that's out there.
Yeah, that's disappointing. We had been asking about what the revenue potential is of that new quarry that they annexed our land to approve could be. And I think part of the answer is a lot less because this urban renewal authority is.
Which will cap it caps the property tax they pay. So only one of the two counties gets a seat on the urban renewal authority board. And given that 85% of the urban renewal authority is in Gilpin County has already asked me, can we have the seat, which is not surprising. But they also weren't given any more notice than we were with respect to this issue, so.
Special districts also get a seat on the board, and of course, the board has a play in special districts.
So one school district gets a seat on the board.
Yes.
Yeah.
Does that go to a vote? Vote on that, right?
Well, for direction from the board as to.
You vote, you mean, or does it go to?
Does it go to a vote of the people is what I thought.
That's the residents of Central City.
Not the appointments.
No, the urban renewal authority, is that an election?
It's creation. It's creation. Is it a public election?
Oh, okay. I don't know how that authority was created by statute or not.
But it already exists.
Yes. My understanding is it already exists, that this is the board it's already been approved and exists. And when I say special districts, I'm not referring to the school district. Special districts in Clear Creek County are the CCMRD and the library district.
And the fire authority?
It's not listed in what they have provided.
I wonder if they opted out.
And in Gilpin County, you have the Central City Business Improvement District, Blackhawk Central City Sanitation District, and Timberline Fire Protection District. It's interesting that fire authority is not listed. But
emergency services.
But the point is there's only one special district seat, which means out of those 5, there also has to be coordination. Of course, you guys, if the fire authority should be on that list.
And it sounds like they missed a couple of districts potentially.
Potentially, but additionally, those districts have.
The fact that it's a fire authority, but it's not the fire authority wouldn't have the seat. It would be the emergency services district if it's a special district, I think. So, yeah, that's dicey. The problem I have with it is that we've got this thrown in our face with 2 weeks to give them an answer. And we've got one commissioner leaving tomorrow and another one. I'm only gone for 5 days, but I'm leaving on Thursday morning, and I don't know how we're supposed to work this stuff out.
Well, that's just it, because we could be reaching out to them to negotiate, right? And there's negotiations surrounding this issue of the property tax that gets collected, how it impacts us. Do we want to fight this?
Well, I'm gone all day Thursday, all day Monday, and all the time in between. So I'm here through Wednesday night, tomorrow night, and then I'm gone until Tuesday AM effectively. And George is out till around the 1st.
I'm on the phone. So
that's all I got.
All right. I don't have anything else other than we have an executive session to go into.
Yeah, just give us 5 minutes to kind of prep for another one.
All right. So that concludes our business for the day. I move that we go into executive session for the following purpose.
Pursuant to CRS 24-64024F for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purpose of discussing personnel matters related to performance reviews of the county manager and the county attorney, but not regarding commissioners or elected officials or to discussions of personnel policies generally.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
We will now go into executive session. No written minutes will be kept and no decisions will be made. However, we will, when we return from that executive session, which we will back into public session, no more business will be conducted, and we'll simply be coming back to officially adjourn the meeting for the day.
Perfect.
Oh.
There we go. Now we're back.
We have concluded our executive session. No decisions were made, no written minutes were kept, and we are now adjourning for the day. We're done
Thank you.
with them.